because you're loud and I want you to go hang out. Okay, I think we're live on all three platforms. Okay. Hopefully, you guys can see me. This is really weird. For some reason, it's going to be really echoey, and I apologize. So I'll try to talk quiet into the mic so you don't have a big echo. Welcome to Talk with Sally. I have a special guest tonight, Mild Culture Plate. He is on YouTube and he is on Rumble, and he has a great show. He covers political topics, hot topics in the news, JFK stuff. He's just all kinds of topics that are relevant to today. So I brought him on because it's really difficult to do a cooking stream and keep everything together. So he's going to keep an eye on chat. He's going to kind of interact with us and just kind of hang out and have a fantastic time. And hopefully you can see me because I didn't do a camera check. So anyway, just for the record, this is a cooking stream. I have lots of things to cook tonight. And I thought, well, might as well stream it. I'm not a professional cook. I don't have a camera crew. I don't have my kitchen's really echoey, so I apologize for that. So let's have a fun time. And then I gotta go over to my computer real quick and pop out chats because I forgot to do that. Hold on.
In the meantime, I'll just say once again, thanks for having me. And yes, I can see chat. I see people asking in the chat if I can see chat. Yes, I can. And Sally's going to have that coming up pretty good. And at least on my end, Sally, your audio is fine. Your echo isn't that bad, and your camera angles look pretty good. So,
Perfect.
yeah, we're.
Okay, so as I'm pulling up this chat, the first thing that we're gonna do, first I'm gonna pull up Twitch because I forgot to pull up the Twitch chat. Oh no, that'll show up in StreamYard. Okay, no, I don't need to do that. So I'll see StreamYard people in here, or I mean, Twitch people if they come in, which I don't see anyone from there, which is fine. Let's see. Pop out chat for. I think I have like a gazillion tabs open that I don't need open. Let's see. All right, guys. What did you talk about? Tell us what you talked about on your show tonight. Kind of give an overhead, and they can go check it out later when they're done.
Well, like right smack dab in the middle of my show, I played JFK's Secret Society's speech he gave in front of, I believe, the White House press corps. And today was the 60th anniversary of the assassination of John F. Kennedy, and I made sure to wear my commemorative shirt because he tried to print some gold backed currency that would have kind of done in the Federal Reserve's ability to endlessly print way back then, and yeah, that was kind of undone after his assassination. So, I was just kind of giving him a cheers and a heads up. And let's see, what else did I cover? I covered a little bit of the explosion that happened near the Canadian border this morning.
The fake explosion.
Yeah, that wound up just being a car wreck. Yeah.
Yeah.
Our media likes to jump on things and definitely add a political narrative to them pretty fast, and that was one that they got wrong.
Yeah. Trying to get first to a story, right? Make it worse than it is.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, so guys, the first thing we're gonna do. So usually I brine a turkey, and I brine the turkey 2 days before, but it just didn't happen. So at least overnight, it's still gonna be good enough. You use salt and you use sugar, and you usually use sea salt or a kosher salt. I was out of kosher salt, so I use sea salt. So it's 3/4 a cup per gallon of sea salt of water and 1/4 cup of brown sugar. So first we're going to prep our turkey and we're going to soak it in the brine. That'll be the first thing we do tonight. It shouldn't take us that long. So like I said, okay, I'm taking a deep breath. I don't know. When I do new things, I get a little nervous. So I'll try to speak clear and not talk quick, but I do get nervous. So this is new. I'm my own camera person. So hopefully I can see the computer. I can see over here. And anyway, That's all I have to say about that. Food preparation stuff, these are things I do. I'm not a professional cook. So use your own sanitation standards and do things that don't make you sick, if that makes sense. Okay. Don't be getting sick from me. Okay, I'm going to turn this down to the sink. Let's see if I can see that. Okay. Hopefully you're going to be able to see really good. Let's lower that a little bit.
Bong.
Broom, broom. Oop, this is looking. Hopefully it'll be loud. So you could entertain us all you want. Oh, you can't see the turkey. Let's bring this down. Just a little. All right, there's the turkey. There's the sink.
Oh yeah.
Guess I gotta put my hair hat on so I don't get hair in food, and people are gonna be yelling at me tomorrow when I get a long piece of hair in their food.
Oh yeah.
They get kind of mad. All right, I already washed my hands before I start.
I have
Go
the
ahead.
same problem. I just saying I have the same problem. When
They
I
get
cook.
mad at you for the food. Hair in
Yeah.
their food. All right, so the first thing that we're gonna have to do, guys, is we're gonna have to clean this turkey because this is the part I hate the most. And so I made sure the sink was sanitized really good. I use water and vinegar and Dawn dish soap to get anything that's in here. I'm not going to get on my turkey and cause contaminate. By the way, guys, I can't see chat, but I hope you're having a great day. And if you guys address anything to me that you have questions with, Miles will read them out loud.
Well, it looks like B-Man over on Rumble is saying nobody got it wrong. We all knew it was a car accident from the get-go. Fox News was just lying out their ass. It was more than just Fox News, though. I saw like crazy media tweeting about it all over Twitter. So, and then
It's funny. I don't
Sangland says hair in the food is better than the short hairs.
know. Ew, gross. Yes, definitely no floss, dental floss from other hairs in your food. It's funny. One of my tweets this morning, I'm like, I'm gonna laugh so hard when I find out this was just all a big fat hoax, or not a hoax, but that they're just trying to hurry get the story out without vetting it or finding out the facts.
Oh yeah, it looks like Freedom over on Twitch said, "Not sure what you're talking about." This morning there was an automobile that exploded at the bridge at Niagara Falls, at the Canadian border, the Canadian New York border, and yeah, a lot of people were talking about it today. A lot of people considered it a terrorist attack before they realized no, it was just a car that was speeding too fast and went airborne and exploded.
I guess my turkey's still kind of frozen. Dang it.
Oh.
It's okay. Let's get a little bit of water in there. Yeah, so it exploded, and then the first thing, like every single Twitter account today was like, the car exploded. It was a terrorist attack, and yeah, Twitter was going crazy this morning.
Everybody was saying, yeah, this is why we need better border security. Well, yeah, border security is not going to stop a speeding car.
I don't know who cooks the gizzards and all of this stuff. I don't. They're not my favorite. My mom used to love the neck and all that stuff. It's a slippery little bugger. Here, I gotta lower this mic. Don't got a handle on this turkey.
Looks like
yeah, this is gonna get clipped somehow.
yeah, you always gotta love having your fist wrist deep in the flesh.
I'm just kind of giving a rundown to make sure there's nothing that they didn't clean out. Because sometimes, people are cleaning these birds out. And I just want to make sure there's nothing that's not supposed to be in there. So I have a little technique that I do that's kind of a cheat when doing these turkeys. So most people put them in a bucket and brine it. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take an oven bag, an oven like a Reynolds wrap bag, and I'm going to put the turkey in the bag and then put the brine in there, so it's easier to handle. So that's kind of a cool little trick that I think I've done it. Last year was the first year I did it, but it works really well.
Oh yeah.
All right. What other news stories can we talk about while I get that part ready?
Oh well, another news story I talked about on my show. Axl Rose is now being Me Too'd. I mean, yeah. I followed up on the Diddy stuff that Nick was talking about last night on his show, and I covered last week. Apparently, what has been going on with these celebrities is they just passed a law, or I guess they had passed a law in New York saying that you could bring back old SA accusations that the statute of limitations had expired on, and they had like a date limit that you had to file it and get it in. And so now all these celebrities, Steven Tyler had one recently, and now Diddy, and now Axl Rose, these are all being filed like now because the new reset of the statute of limitations is going to expire Friday. So,
Well, you remember that the lady in the Trump that they actually made that law. So was it Carol? Yeah. So that she could sue Trump.
Yeah,
That's the
Eugene
whole
Carroll,
reason why.
And David Nelson just nailed that in the chat. Yeah, that this law was to go after Trump. Yeah, and then Plaid Child over on Rumble said the deadline is November 30th. Now, the two articles I read said it was the 24th. So, you got me.
Okay. So what I've done, guys, is I put this turkey, so I put this oven bag in this bucket here. So it's easier if you have like a pan to stick it in. Now I'm going to put the brine in there because I won't need as much brine, and I'll be able to do 2 turkeys with 1 thing of brine. So before earlier today, I put salt in here. So it was 3/4 cup of salt, 1/4 cup brown sugar, and then I boiled it until it dissolved. So now I'm going to pour it in the bag. And what the brine does is it makes the turkey tender and juicy, and it kind of flavors it. So I'm going to try to pour just half. Let's see how that does. So that will make it, we'll cover it nice and even overnight. Let's see if I can put a little bit more. I might have to put a little bit more, so I might have to make more brine because this is a big turkey. This is an 18-pound turkey. So I think it's just a little bit more.
Breeze TV in the chat's asking what I'm drinking. Right now, water. Just water out of my water bottle. Earlier, I was drinking Tomstown Pendergast Royal Gold. It's one of the Kansas City local distilleries.
I was just double checking to make sure I had breast down because I like to have everything soak in. I think, gosh, this is a bigger turkey than I thought it was. I might have to put more brine in this one.
You can wind up using your whole pot on the first turkey.
Yeah, I'll use it. But it's not that, doesn't take that much to boil another one.
Yeah.
Well, screw it. Let's just put it all in there. Might as well. It's not going to hurt anything.
Julian Delfiki says he prefers the breast up, not down.
Well, when you cook in it, it makes it nice and tender because the dark meat goes down to the breast, or all the fat does. So it makes the dark meat moist and the breast moist. But I'm sure you weren't talking about turkey.
And Still Life is asking if he's supposed to take out the inside net on the turkey.
I don't take anything out. So like they have like a plastic thing in there. Like you probably could if you're worried about like the plastic things. So I don't take anything out that's inside of it. I don't. This one doesn't. This one comes with a netting that's on its feet, like on the bottom of the feet. I'll show you on the next turkey that I take apart. I leave it on there because it helps keep the bird together. So tomorrow when I wake up, because we're going to start our rolls tonight, but we have to finish them in the morning. And since I'm going to have everything set up, I'll show you how I stuff the bird before we'll stick it on the smoker, and then we'll stuff it, and then we'll put it back in an oven bag on the smoker and cook it. So I leave it on, but that's a personal choice. The plastic, I don't know, maybe I'll take it off this year, but it helps keep the bird together. And some use like a rope or some kind of instead of using plastic, they use string. That makes sense. All right, so this one is going to soak overnight like this. I'm going to go put it on the deck because it's 30 degrees outside tonight, so it's going to be plenty cold, so it won't need the refrigerator. If it was warmer than that, you'd have to put in the refrigerator. So I'll be right back.
Okay. Let's see here. Sanglant says rope binding is more fun.
You guys never cease to make me laugh.
Oh, yeah. You gotta love the chat. Let's see, we got M and Mark over on Rumble saying there was another train derailment of toxic chemicals, Kentucky this time. Ooh, I missed that story.
When did that happen?
I'm not sure. And Julian's asking if... Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Julian's asking if I have anything going on for the tomorrow. No, I'm going to an all-you-can-eat restaurant and breaking my diet to do so.
By the way, congratulations on your weight loss. How many pounds is that now? 50 pounds?
Yeah, you're right about. If I could shed these last two before tomorrow, which I won't, but close enough. Yeah, it'll be 50.
Well, congratulations. That's really, that takes a lot of work.
Oh yeah. I've been pretty particularly anal about making sure my calorie counter is accurate. I've now started to carry around a little scale with me.
Good for you. That takes a lot of work, and I'm proud of you. I know that when I saw you in Vegas, that you were starting to walk a lot and be active and that type of thing.
Oh yeah.
This pan is clean, by the way. That's just salt water. That's salt deposit from boiling water. That's what hard water does from your city. That's disgusting.
Yeah.
I have an amazing trick for getting that out too. So I'm gonna start my new brine. So I'm gonna get a gallon of water. It's just easier to have a gallon jug to measure. When we do the other stuff, I'll be able to talk. You can see me on camera, but for this part, it's kind of hard. And then I'm going to get,
we got Still Life on YouTube's asking, do you mean it is in like pickle brine?
Pickle brine. I don't know if it's considered a pickle brine. So there's a brine that you can use as a dry rub. And then they have a brine that's that you soak. So a dry rub brine, you would take the salt and all this stuff and rub it on the outside and let it sit for a couple days or overnight. Or so you like on this type of brine, I could actually add like lemons, limes, cayenne pepper, any seasoning that you want for your turkey. I'm doing it simple because tomorrow I'll use paprika, sea salt and garlic. That's how I'll season the outside. And it has a really, really good flavor. I did it last year and it was amazing. So I don't know if it's considered, it's kind of like a pickle brine, but I think pickle would have vinegar in it, which I don't add. And like I
Yeah,
said
brine.
before, I'm not, go ahead.
I mean, to me, in my opinion, brines are more salt based, and then you have marinades, which are more acidic based. So
Yeah.
either way, it's for soaking the stuff. So MN Mark over on Rumble has followed up now and says the news came out about an hour ago about the train derailment. Details to follow, I'm sure.
What state was that?
Kentucky.
Oh my gosh. How close to water is it?
Oh yeah, that'd be a dang good question. Here, let me see if I could find it while we're on here. Unless he follows up pretty quick. And Still Life's asking if you're using iodized salt.
No, I don't use iodized salt. I don't use iodized salt on anything. Because I get plenty of iodine in my diet. So this is just sea salt that doesn't have iodine in it, so it's not iodized. And normally I would use a kosher salt, which is a coarse salt. I just didn't. I ran out. I already gone to the store like 2 times today. So now, guys, I'm going to stick this, raise this camera up. Let's see if I can do that without making a disaster. I'm waiting for me to drop stuff because this is not ideal. Okay, so now you're staring right at my camera or my mic. So now that is going to, let's raise this up so you can see me for once. Hold on one sec. Come on, camera.
It looks like the train derailment happened about a mile from Lake Linville.
Wow. I don't know if I know where Lake Linville. Oh, so by a lake, by water. Surprising. Okay, so over here, can you see the stove? You can't. Let's turn this a little bit over there. Oh, that's the wrong lid. Can you tell that's the wrong lid? You can't. Anyway, so that's going to be boiling on the stove for just to dissolve the sugar and the salt, and then we'll prep the other turkey. But while that's getting ready, we'll multitask because that's typically what you have to do for Turkey Day. Okay, can you see me? Or hi everyone. Hope you're having a great day, and hopefully you can hear me. All right. Mild is a lifesaver, by the way. I owe him.
No, you're fine.
Hopefully you didn't get my beverage in the corner before. Just kidding.
And so yeah, and looking at the map, it looks like this little town, Rockcastle County, Kentucky. It's where this train derailment happened is about halfway between Lexington and the Tennessee border along Interstate 75.
Wow.
So yeah, that's definitely gonna affect some people. Okay, and then Sanglant in the chat says, in reference to our brines, is saying, then you have Nicks, which are liquor based.
Oh shoot! That's what I forgot. I do have my I was looking at my brine recipes because I accidentally. I'm sorry, I have to use my mouth. I put my original one somewhere and I couldn't find it, but it does. It has Kentucky bourbon in it, and that's what I forgot to buy. Damn it! Oh man, I'm in Utah. No way to get some now.
I wish I could reach my bottle of Wolcott through the screen for you.
Oh man, and you know what? That makes the hugest difference too. Gosh dang! Wonder what I could use to compromise. Wonder if I could put beer in it.
It
What could I
would
do to make
definitely
up for
bring
that?
out an interesting flavor. Yeah.
Oh, that Kentucky bourbon has such a good flavor too. Shoot. All right, let's see. Can you see? All right, let's bring this camera. Hopefully, I don't drop or break anything. Because I have tile in every part of my house, which really, that's not going to work there.
Looks like you Michelle on Twitch is asking, what other alcohols do you have?
I just have beer.
Just
Because
beer.
that's all I
All
drink. Well, that's typically all I drink. Okay, let's see. I don't know if you're able to see this. Maybe I'll put this on the floor. The floor would work good. Okay, guys, bear with me. I'm sorry because this is like a total new experience, and I'm like, I wish I had a film crew. That would be really nice. Oh my gosh, I just realized that was on my boobs. Leave it to me. All right, now let's see. This is the next thing I'm investing in is a camera or a camera holder.
Oh, yeah,
Well, you guys just
yeah,
got a tour of my kitchen. There's my mic over there. Can you see it? It's got to have the dishwasher open to have it up on there.
right.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Were you gonna say something?
no, I was just saying I've had to buy a lot of little cheap camera holders and little clips and yeah, various things. But I only stream really in my office unless I'm on vacation, so it's
Yeah.
almost pointless for me to have such things. But yeah,
Okay.
they make a lot of little neat gadgets with little folding arms and uh, springs and things. It's crazy.
Well, I guess I want to say
So
hi down here. Go ahead.
so Still Life in the chat had said he doesn't have sugar, so he has to use pineapple. And he says, "Am I supposed to be reducing the salt brine or just warming it up?"
With the salt brine, so you just warm it up. So, and you don't have to, like, if you're not using sugar, that's fine. Sugar, any kind of a sugar substance, what it does is the sugar and the salt goes into the fat and it kind of holds it in there. So when you smoke it, all the smoke, because I'm going to smoke my turkey. And so all of the smoke will absorb in that fat. And the brine is what helps the smoke settle into it, some kind of a chemistry thing. And so it'll settle there. And that's what helps it to have good flavor and to help keep its moisture. Okay, hold on. I think this is boiling over here. All right, so I guess I got to bring the mic over here. Dang it. Hold on. I guess I can hear myself. So can you hear me okay? I don't know if you can hear me in this echoey place. What are you laughing at?
Oh yeah. No, yeah, I hear you fine.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna multitask because that's gonna need to cool off now because it's hot. We don't want to put hot water directly into the turkey. So I have my handy dandy mix master here. So our next recipe is going to be Cherrio cheesecake, and it's a really easy cheesecake to make. You use cream cheese, Eagle bread milk, third cup of lemon juice, and a teaspoon of vanilla. Really easy to make. You need to make it at least 3 hours before you serve it. I do it the night before because it's just easier that way. And I store, even though I know this pan is clean because it's stored in the cupboard, I'm going to give it a good rinse through because I can already see that kids have dropped crumbs in here. So make sure if you have dogs or pets that you give a good rinse in your stuff. And of course, I forgot to take out my cream cheese. It's supposed to be warm, so we'll get a bowl and we'll actually warm it up with some warm water. All right, what else is exciting? What else is going on with you, Mild? How's life?
Overall, not that bad. I have no complaints. Life is treating me pretty well. You know, I'm sort of a jack of all trades when it comes to hobbies, and I wish I had more time to explore some of the hobbies that I explore. But other than that, yeah, my life is exactly how I wanted to manufacture it.
That's good.
Julian Delfigi says that's how you lose a finger.
By accidentally turning on the blender, this is true. I have accidentally cut my finger with the saw before.
And MN Mark says, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that it's not, I guess it's not as bad as the East Palestine, Ohio, but of course everyone's on high alert. And then he followed up with, Sally looks thug life, by the way.
Yes, thug life. I know you guys always see me in other pants. What was that?
Oh, Slidey Pie said my volume's low. I'm going to try to get the mic a little bit closer to myself here because, yeah, I got a little comfortable and got a little back from the mic.
Oh, I was hearing you pretty good, though.
Sorry about that.
Hey guys, thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna get come over here where you can see me. Thanks for hanging out, by the way. I am doing the stream. I could cook way faster doing it without it, but I know people are home alone on this holiday, and that makes me sad. For those who are not and are still here, thank you for being here. I think you're amazing. All the recipes I do are cinchy. They're all family recipes. Hopefully you can make them on your own later if you get a craving for it. And this, as you can tell, is really a lot nicer with Mild here because it's hard for me to be in the camera and be on the stuff that we're doing. So thanks for that.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Thanks for having me. And, you know, I do want to say I do have kind of a heart out here, probably getting close to the top of the hour, but yeah, I love being here. I love interacting with your chat and you know, they got a great sense of humor and of course so do you. You're awesome and I love watching you do the things you do. It's you know, I can't cook that well even though, you know, I at one point in time I was trained, but you know, I still don't know what I'm doing. I can throw meat on fire. That's about the gist of what I do.
That's the best. No, these are all recipes that I just do. They're my family. Like my mom is really weird. Like she would have these recipes that were so amazing, but she kept them to herself because she wanted to be the only person that was going to bring that item, right? And I'm like, no, I'm going to share it with the world. The world, like if she passes away, my kids well, she already passed away. If I were to pass away, at least my kids are going to know they can find these recipes online somewhere. And yes, if you have to go, that's fine. My chat will have to deal with me all by myself. And you guys will have to help me keep conversation. All right. This is pretty much as soft as it needs to be. Let's put it on this side. So I have this great thing called a Mix Master. And this is my favorite item that I've ever purchased in my life. And I bought it. Well, I didn't have very much money, but it's really nice because you can blend anything with it. And it's just right. So we're going to get this attachment, the whipper. I call it a whipper. It probably has a whisker whipper. Has a different name. And I'm doubling the recipe because my family will eat this pie for a week straight.
Ooh.
Because they love it.
I'm jealous.
And there's not really, I guess the Eagle brand has a ton of sugar in it, but not tons. It's better than buying stuff that's completely processed. So it didn't take that much to get the cream cheese to soften up. Metal or a glass pan works the best if you don't have it thawed out already. Mm-hmm. And when I blend this, guys, I'll put the mic on mute. So you're not going to hear this big old loud. And I put it on high. Just mute real quick.
All right. Getting that cream cheese whipped up pretty good. While we're on mute here, Will Call Magic over on YouTube says that his propane tank sprung a leak in the valve tonight. No dinner tomorrow, I guess. Wow. And then Carrie Mache said, nice mixer. That is a nice mixer. I have one about a fourth of that size, and it's not so nice. Will Call Magic says, I'm in town, so I'd get arrested for an open fire. You're not even allowed a barbecue grill? Interesting. I guess some towns this time of year have the no burning outdoors.
What? Where is that at?
I've heard of a couple. Yeah, some towns. Yeah, they won't allow any burning out because the dryness of late fall.
Barbecue
Okay,
grill, though? Is that in New York?
Will Call Magic says grills are fine, not an open fire. Okay, well,
Okay.
yeah, well, that's what all I was talking about. Will Call as get just some meat over a flame. How that's accomplished, depending on the day.
So I was scraping the outside. I'm going to mute again because I'm turning the blender so that it'll be in the center again to make it all fluffy because you want it nice and fluffy before you add the rest
Yeah.
of the stuff.
Ooh, David Nelson on YouTube said, I'm smoking my turkey with applewood tomorrow. And then Still Life says, I think I get it. The sugar reduction will go in after the salt water gets dumped out. I think the salt's in the sugar water. And then Sangland86 over on Rumble said they sell a double wire version that's really handy for creams and meringues. And then Plaid Child says here in West Virginia last week, 2,000 acres of the New River Gorge burned. Wow. Now the chat's kind of arguing a little bit about the brine again. And looks like that was the milk. Still Life's asking how long does the turkey soak for? And Carrie Mache said 5 years. Oh, that is looking delicious.
So normally the turkey, if I would have, so I thought I was going to be doing this stream on Friday or Saturday. Normally I would let it soak for 2 days. You can do 2 to 5 days. Overnight is still good. It's optimal to do it 2 to 5 days before. All right, so I put 2 of the cans, the Eagle brand in, and then I'm going to add lemon juice and vanilla and stir it really good. And then that's going to be done. So it's going to be just 1 second. So I'm going to mute for just 1 more sec while it blends.
All right. use my fly swatter to shut my office door. I'm hearing media come from the other room. I want to make sure my microphone doesn't pick it up. Will call magic. I see that. Mind went really dirty for a minute. Yeah, you were thinking about the other kind of soaking that happens in Utah. Plaid Child says, to my knowledge, a firefighter received minor injuries, but no lives or structures were lost. Thankfully, they still have that section of the park closed. Well, that's always a good sign, you know. One person with minor injuries, not too tragic of a loss there. Oh, we've got the looks like bottles of lemon juice popping out. What is that? A quarter cup you're holding? Oh, it looks a little closer to a half cup. I could be wrong. Carrie Machet in the chat said you can make your own condensed milk with raw instead of white sugar. Oh, got another. Plaid Child in the chat's asking what you're making. Well, she's got the turkey soaking over in the other pot. This pot is going to be cheesecake. You Michelle One over on Twitch is asking me to tell a little bit about myself. Well, the long story, and I won't make it too long, but the long story is I had started in media. I'd done some online radio around the time, well, I don't know what year that would be, but I had interned with Warcraft Radio online for a while. And shortly after that, I had kind of gotten into politics, and I'd been hearing a lot of YouTube stuff about this Ron Paul guy, and I started kind of following the Ron Paul campaign. I wasn't actually campaigning for Ron Paul. I'd just kind of been hearing about it. And then after his presidential campaign, I had hooked up with a lot of other Ron Paul supporters, and they had formed a couple of local activism groups, and I was part of some of those, and so I did a lot of testifying in state House committees and the like on constitutional issues. And in 2010, I ran for a regional office here. I'm not going to tell any more than that because I'm not trying to completely dox myself. I mean, if you looked hard enough, you could find out who I am. But yeah, I try to go as mild on here. In more recent years, I've kind of taken a little bit of a step back from my political aspirations, and now I more talk smack about the media and political philosophy, and not so much the actual day-to-day politics of what the criminals are doing in Washington. Let's see. Carrie Machet says shot calls on a cooking show. All right. Good evening also to Kevin and ABQ. Welcome.
All right, we can unmute that now. So this is pretty much ready. So it's nice and creamy. Lift this up. So I got 2 pie tins. So this will make 2 pies, and they come in different sizes. This one, if I can read, because I'm blind and old. What size is that? Oh, it doesn't give dimensions, but it's a 9 ounce graham cracker. So I've got 2 of these.
That looks like about a 10-inch.
Yeah, it says 9-inch on the, or yeah, probably.
Oh, does it say 9-inch? Okay, yeah. Yeah.
No, it said
Yeah,
9
it's about
ounces.
that. Oh,
Oh, wait,
okay.
does it say the in? Oh, sorry. Yes, it's 10-inch. It's right there in big bold letters. If you can read. Look at this.
There we go.
You know, us women, we just see 6 inches, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, did I say that out loud?
That was great. That was great. I mean, if you can see 6 but not 10, that might be an issue. Uh,
Okay. I know you have so when you have to go, let me know. They'll just have to deal with me and they'll just have to be patient and I'll try to read their questions as we go.
well,
Um,
I was
Go
also
ahead.
thinking that, I don't actually have to work tomorrow, so I can go take care of some of the stuff I had to take care of, at the end of the evening here. And I could actually come back if you wanted me to.
Well, you don't
Uh,
do whatever. If you come back, that would be great. If you have other
yeah.
things going, I understand. This was last minute, and you were the only person. I mean, I didn't tag anybody because I just figured people are probably busy, and if they saw it, and it would be fine. But I saw who was it that I saw? It was Valhalla when he did his Lego stream. I was like, how is he doing a Lego stream? Because I'm so ADD that there's no way that I could keep up with it and keep up with chat. So he had someone. So 2 people were having a Lego contest, and he had another person reading in the chat, right? So
Yeah.
to them, so they could focus. And it's like, oh, I should have thought of that ahead of time for my cooking stream. But so I'm like, oh, like right when I sent that message out, I was like, oh, I should have sent this out like days ago.
Yeah, well, Wednesdays are sort of, my free time. Dedicated to being down here on my computer instead of being with family. So I was more than happy to jump on.
I appreciate it. Yeah, if you come back, because I still have banana cream pie to make, and I still have rolls and broccoli salad and pistachio pudding. And I'll probably peel potatoes and soak them in water overnight, only because they won't go bad in the fridge like that, and then I won't have to do it tomorrow. But we'll just see how long we hang out and what. Nah, I can do those on my own later. So anyway, so this made 2 of these bigger pies. I'll show you what they look like before you go. Okay. So this is kind of what it looks like, finished product.
Oh
They
yeah.
just go in the fridge and they kind of set up. You can put whatever topping you want on it. My favorite is cherries. Some people do raspberries or strawberries. I prefer the cherries. And one pie has more than the other, so I'm gonna scoop some out of the other and
Yeah.
make them kind of even. Now the 10-inch pies are perfect for doubling it. If you do the smaller ones, they won't fit. And then you just put them in the fridge at least 4 hours, and then put the whatever pie filling you choose. And it's got a really good zesty, zingy flavor with the lemon in it. And
Yeah.
look at how easy. That was super easy to make. And the best part is, show them. So there's no baking involved. This is done, and everybody loves it.
Oh wow, no baking.
Yep, it's all done.
That's amazing.
And this,
And I back on Halloween had the occasion to make some vegan cheesecakes.
oh really?
Yeah, I have a well, I made some cheesecakes for our holiday party at work, and I have a couple coworkers that are vegan, so I wanted to make sure they had a dessert that they could enjoy.
That was very thoughtful of you.
And so, those out there in the chat, it might be a little harder to find, but you can find some non-dairy cream cheese if you need to make this recipe. I don't know if it'll taste the same, but
What kind of cheese would that be?
it's a non-dairy cream cheese that a lot. There's a few manufacturers out there that make. You could probably find it at Whole Foods and places like
I
that.
bet you could. I bet it would because the lemon juice and the sweet condensed milk is kind of what really makes it. And I don't know
Oh
what all
yeah,
goes into that.
the condensed milk might be an issue, but there's oat milk and stuff you could use. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, they
I
could figure it out if they want to.
Yeah, I don't know how different it would be, but Kari Mache in the chat says eat all the animals.
Exactly. Oh my gosh, it was this meme or this post I made didn't get very much traction on Twitter, but I thought it was funny. I took a picture of a steak and what did I say? It was funny. It was I killed this cow because it was eating all your food, and I put the picture of the steak and said thank you. I
Nice.
thought it was funny. All right, so these are going to go in the fridge, and I'm going to go actually put them in the outside fridge in the garage because it has more space. Yes, I have 2 fridges. So I'm going to do that real quick, and then I'm going to say goodbye to Mild because it's
Yep.
10
When
o'clock.
you get back, yeah, I just heard the dog go outside, so yeah, I'm gonna have to pass when you get back. But yeah. So it looks like a lot of people are talking about their stand mixers. That's nice. That's nice. MN Marks. Wait. MN Mark says Sally must have gone to Pearly Things' housewife school with a master's in the kitchen, and jokes and says Sally will forever be connected to Pearly Things, so I have to remind her. Funny comedians.
Yeah, you're
Comedians.
funny.
You gotta love them.
He's making fun of me because I make fun of Pearl all the time.
Oh
And I grew up in Utah. We're taught from a young age to cook. We were taught to be housekeepers.
Yep.
Like you learn to cook, you clean. The goal is to have a family. That's how I was raised. So you grow up learning how to sew, do laundry, iron, just well-rounded community service. Family comes first. That's how I was taught. So if it's Pearly Thinks, well, I was taught that without her, but she can learn some things about not judging and kindness. That's what we were taught. But each to their own.
Oh yeah. And definitely my family was the same way, and I actually know, a bunch of sort of leftist women, but in this region, even the leftist women, they cook, they clean, they do the stuff. So, and they learn at a young age because they realize, look, even if you're a feminist, you have to eat, you have to have a clean house, and it's pretty cool. It's really only those big cities ran by weirdos that
Blue hairs.
yeah, that you see all these the Twitch thoughtery culture begins. But anyway, so yeah, I think I am gonna have to drop out just for a little bit. I might be back here in about 20 minutes if you're still.
You're fine. You have the link. You have the link here, and I appreciate you. And I'm gonna have to.
I might just drop my camera and just leave it running and come back and kind of read the chat.
Yeah, I'll just take you from the screen and just leave you going, so everything can just be running, if that makes sense.
Cool.
But before you go, one thing. I want to do your JFK thing with you that you were talking about on your stream. I'll come on your stream with you if you do that. So let's coordinate that.
Yeah, we should definitely coordinate that. Yeah, that sounds
That would be
like a
really
wonderful
fun.
idea. I mean, it's the whole thing is see, it's a 9-part series. The whole thing is like 7 hours and 45 minutes. But they're broke up into like 45-minute episodes, so it can kind of if we could stretch it out, or we could do like 2 per show.
Whatever you want.
It shouldn't be as time consuming, but yeah, we could definitely get something figured out.
But I'll come join you for that. That looks fun. Seriously.
Again, I want to give a big thanks to Julian Delfiki in the chat for putting my links out there. Thank you, and
thank you, Julian.
Thank you for having me. And like I said, I'll try to hop back on here in just a few minutes, or here in
awesome.
Just a few minutes. All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna kick him real quick. Sorry, guys. So I'm in my kitchen, and I brought everything down here, so everything is so spread out. I'm gonna try to. I won't go as quick because he's not here, so I'm still going to try to keep up with both chats because I think you guys are amazing. Thank you for your help. Can't post comment something. Let's see. Let's just remove him. Now you're going to see me in ginormous view. And I'm going to try to lean down so you can see me when you can. I'm sorry. I'm so tall. And I wish I had a professional crew, but I don't. But I'm having fun and I'm so grateful to you guys. And I hope that I said this already, hope those who are not with family right now are kind of, you can learn these recipes. You can share them with people. From vegetarian fed chickens. Oh my gosh. That was funny, David. I'm assuming you're kidding. So now I got to do the cleanup. In between each thing, I'm going to just wipe down with soap real quick. I guess I should have more things to talk about. All right, what should we make next? I'll let you guys decide. We can do, I don't want to do banana cream pie, but maybe what I'll do is get the pie crust started cooking for that. I do buy pre-made. So broccoli salad, funeral potatoes, or so not bad. So it'd be broccoli salad or funeral potatoes next. You have that fridge? Awesome. That one unfortunately is Samsung, but it was on sale. And I've never had a new fridge in my whole entire life. So like what, I'm 45. And 2 years ago was the first time I got a brand new fridge that wasn't used by someone. So potatoes next. Okay, so we'll do funeral potatoes next. Are you asking what funeral potatoes are? Because I can tell you, they call them that in my state because every person, because in Utah, um, they're really big on community. If someone dies or something happens, they make things, and funeral potatoes are the easiest to make and can feed a lot of people. So that's what they are. I like Whirlpool, honestly. Whirlpool is my favorite brand. My washing machine dryer that, and my old stuff was that, and they were really, really good. All right, so thank you, Jillian, for posting that. If you guys want to donate to me, you can. You watching and hanging out is thanks enough for me. I am monetized on Rumble. If you want to donate that way, you could become a member. So I think it's $5 a month is all. If that's something you want to do, you have to do it through the computer, and it's cheaper that way anyway. You can send Rumble rants. If you're on Twitch, you can send, excuse me. Oh, it's not bits. What are they called? I'm having a brain fart. Is it bits? I think they're bits. You can do bits on Rumble. I mean Twitch. And then YouTube, I'm not, but watching is fine too. Oh, they're on sale at Costco over. If anybody wants one of these, the red one is on sale at Costco. I think it's $100 off, which is a great sale. Whirlpool is like the best appliance that I've ever owned in my entire life. Like hands down is the best. I was really sad when my dishwasher broke because it was so good. And I guess I should have just learned how to, I fixed it one time, fixed the pump on it, but they didn't sell the parts anymore. So I had to get a new one. But I think it was probably like 20 years old, but it cleaned my dishes so good. All right, so we're gonna do funeral potatoes next. And I'm going off the top of my head for this next recipe. By the way, all of these recipes are posted on my Twitter feed. So everything we're doing tonight, and I can post them later as well on my Rumble page. Or I mean my locals page. I didn't get a chance to today because I've been scrambling. But I need to clean this one pan out real quick. This right here I've got to clean out real quick. And I just realized that I have been neglecting my Rumble chat. I apologize, guys. Plaid Child, one of my classmates in high school, is doing Samsung after the refrigerator flooded the house. Oh my gosh, that would be so terrible. Fox, are you going to bed? Are you in Utah yet? Oh, you can watch on either one. I wanted everyone from different places who were, Michelle, that were all alone this holiday. I wanted them all to be able to come and hang out. Some people prefer YouTube. Rumble, I'm monetized on. I still want to get monetized on YouTube. I'm monetized on Twitch. But this is more, I want to teach you guys, this is something that my mom passed down to me. My mom was a really good cook. And I used to sit in the kitchen and watch her cook. I would sit on a chair and I would just ask her questions. And she didn't really follow any recipes. Everything was by memory most of the time. So part of it is me sharing a piece of her with you guys. And I've been alone on Thanksgiving before. And I hate it. So I'm sharing it with you guys because my guy's asleep. My son's playing video games, and it's perfect. All right. Exactly. Mark needs to come join our chats because he's like, why would I go over to YouTube when there's other places? That's correct. Yeah, Samsung is not my favorite. I've actually had to replace after 1 year, I had to replace the motor in the fridge, and it was hard finding the part, but I did it myself. I should have done a video, but I didn't. All right, so I'm gonna get the stuff out for the funeral potatoes. So if you just see my lower half of my body, I apologize, but I'll still try to talk to you. So I'll try to still keep reading chat. Long story short, Demon's Wrath, my mom had boxes of, like, they had like little card boxes that were like this, and she had 2 of them. And she got them from my mom before she passed away because she was going to type them all up and give them to us. And I don't talk to that sister or any of my siblings, which is sad. Maybe one day I can, but my sister has all of them. But all of her favorite ones I have because I would make them during the holidays before she passed away. So, long story short, no. But she would make up recipes and tweak them. Like if she had a recipe, she would add her own little flair to it. Let's see if I can hire this just a little bit while I'm getting stuff out. So that way I don't have to bend down so you can hear me. And if you can't hear me, guys, I'm really sorry. But when I'm doing the recipe stuff, I'm going to try to be close to the sound. So got a 9x13 pan, and I'm going to give it a quick rinse, even though it's clean, just because it's been in the cupboard and collecting dust. With the funeral potatoes, I won't bake them tonight. I'll stick them in the fridge. So that way when they're ready to cook, I'll put them in it during the day. I would normally not make these for Thanksgiving, but they're my daughter's favorite, so I'll make them for her. So I'm gonna get a bowl. Yes, there's definitely a book to write. There's always a book to write, right? I wish Whirlpool would bring back their stuff. I miss appliances that actually lasted and worked for a long time. It just seems like they make things with the intent that you're going to replace them in 5 years, which they make more money if you have to do that, right? Why make things that last forever? Ooh, Kenmore's good too. All right, so let's get the things out that we need. I need frozen potatoes. So I got a 30-ounce bag. I'm just walking behind the TV because if I don't, I'll trip on cords, but I'm still here. So I'm gonna let those soak in there for right now. In a separate bowl, I'm gonna mix stir up. This is a 10.5 ounce. I'm so used to my camera being over to my TV, that's why I keep looking over there. 10.5 ounce can of cream mushroom soup. Pomade puree, I don't know what that is. All right, so I'm trying to look over at Rumble Chat. I'm missing a couple. Oh yeah, Sears brand is good. I think, yeah, Kenmore. What is the other one? Is it Craftsman? So I'm gonna do 1 can of this cream mushroom soup. These are really easy to make as well. Then we're gonna get 1 cup sour cream. Yeah, Sears was really good. They had good customer service. I've bought stuff from them. Their tools, I think, are lifetime warranty. So we're gonna get 1 cup of sour cream. Yeah, Craftsman, yeah. Well, yeah, it's not the ADD thing. It's about being able to multitask and see 2 different screens. That's why Mild being here was such a blessing. Oh, what did Kenmore make then, Mark? All right, so we got the sour cream. So this recipe calls for a half of a yellow onion, but it's really small, so I'm going to do a whole yellow onion. So you can kind of do things to your taste. I like the taste of onions, so we're going to do a whole one. I don't know how many of you know, but when you cut onions, if you cut off the ends first, let's see, where's the best light? If you cut off the ends first, they'll be less hot and cherry. We'll see if that works. Ammonia refrigerators? What's an ammonia? I've never heard of that. Do you not like onions? I love onions. I like to make like onion soup. Use stevia and beef bouillon. And there's like 0 calories. So if you're ever on a diet and you're hungry, you can eat as much of it. Oh, Miles back. Yay. He's going to come save the day. I owe him. I'm totally owe him. Okay, let's bring him back on, guys. I think I ought to do God push the let me ask one question. Would you prefer to make Miles small than this part bigger? Is that
hang
that
on.
be easier?
Something broke up in what you just said. What was that?
I was asking the chat if they would prefer that I make you tiny and the other part bigger so they can see better. So I'm gonna let them
Oh yeah,
tell me.
that sounds like a good idea.
Hope you can't see what I'm doing because I've got the camera on me and not the cutting board. That's not very helpful. All right. So I'm gonna dice some onions. So we're making funeral potatoes, Mild. I don't know if you're listening to what we're doing.
Ooh. Gotta love some potatoes with onions in it.
Oh yeah. So we take 30 ounces of shredded potatoes. They're already they're just prepackaged. You could probably do your own, but it's just easier to have prepackaged ones, pre-frozen. And then we took 1 can of cream of mushroom soup, which is the 10.5 ounce, and then 1 cup of sour cream. And so potatoes are in 1 bowl, and then we're going to take 2 cups of cheddar cheese after the onions. And mix it all together, and then we're going to take 2 cups of corn flakes and use butter. We'll crush them up, and then we will add butter on it. We'll put that on top. And then tomorrow we'll cook on 350 for 45 to 55 minutes. We'll do the prep tonight. So tomorrow, all we have to do is watch football or movies and cook turkey.
So Carrie Mache on YouTube's asking, how are your birthday knives?
Oh my gosh, they're so good. I've only used them on steak and I have them hidden away so that my son or nobody gets them out. So my daughter bought me Longhorn Steakhouse sells knives. They're steak knives and they're very sharp and they're super nice. They're super heavy duty. I think they're like real stainless steel, not the fake ones. And they're super sharp. They're amazing. But they're hidden away so that people don't just use them for random stuff, like opening boxes or. You never saw that video on Twitch. Wild. Someone was, I don't know, on my birthday, I was being silly. And was not quite imitating Britney Spears and mocking her with the knives. It's kind of funny.
That sounds hilarious.
Might have had a drink or two.
Julian's saying, "Don't rub the blade on the countertop."
Yes, well, they rub it on the countertop and they cut through the plate on the glass, and that's what dulls them.
Yeah.
And they don't understand. I'm like, don't do that. All right, so there's the sour cream and mushroom soup. And I'm gonna add the onions to it.
Good little blend. Out of frame for just a second. I have a restless dog here.
You're fine. Bring your dog on. We don't care. I love dogs. I miss peppers. So I'm gonna stir these in, guys. And you're supposed to add salt and pepper to taste with this. For me, I do like 1/4 of a teaspoon of pepper and about 1/2 teaspoon of salt because it seems to be just about right. What kind of dog do you have?
A American Bully.
Nice. Ooh, cream of celery would be good. Sorry, I didn't think about that. American Bully. Is it pit bull or bully?
Did you see the screen?
Oh, look how cute. Hi, Poppers. Hi.
All right. She hates being picked
Remind
up. So
you.
put her down.
For me or for Wild? So I'm going to put 1/2 teaspoon of salt, guys.
Oh, yeah. Julian's saying, yeah, remind him after this and he'll send me an MP4 of the video of you with the knives.
That's very funny. Julian's funny. Let's see. So that's about right. And then all we have left is to grate cheese. And I am a snob with cheese. I like my cheese fresh. So a lot of people, you can buy prepackaged cheese.
Mm-hmm.
But I like sharp cheddar cheese. And I like it just freshly grated or cut with anything I make. So you can just use the other kind. So we're going to do 2 cups. So we've got this mixed together. So, Mild, are you hanging out with any family at all for the holiday?
I am not. Just the girlfriend. You know, my mom passed away about 7 years ago.
Oh, really?
And since then, you know, my family really hasn't got together too much. I do have a brother who I really haven't spoken with much since mom passed, but yeah. So really, the only family is what really I have here in the house, and you know, it's
kind of like tell chat. You choose your own family.
Yeah. Yep. Indeed. Now, my extended family, my mom was one of 9 children. And so I do have a lot of aunts and uncles I had a lot of aunts and uncles. I have 4 surviving aunts and 1 surviving uncle right now. And they sometimes get together for some holidays, but for the most part, they skip a bunch of them.
Isn't it sad how a death kind of destroys families?
Oh, yeah. Every time. When my grandmother, we used to have a huge family get together when I was a kid, and then when my grandparents died a month apart, and when they passed away, it's like the whole family got fractured. They started coming together when, you know, their brothers and sisters started passing away, but you know, it really, you know, the holidays kind of bring that kind of somber, you know, hey everyone, remember so and so when they used to love this holiday, and it's an interesting way to grieve, but it's It's quaint in a way. It's appreciated, but it sure beats what's kind of going on now. Is a little bit of infighting, a little bit of jealousy, and I'd rather just not deal with the drama. So instead, like I said, I'm going to a restaurant for the holiday. Oh, that is an interesting cheese grater.
This was on sale at my local grocery store for there was three of these silver bowls with these lids, and then it has a cheese grater on top. And I haven't used it that often, but just kind of puts it in the bowl. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, it sure beats my big old cowbell shaped thing that I use.
I do have a KitchenAid cheese grater, but I'd have to put the attachments out, and then afterwards I'd have to clean them. So this is me being lazy. That way it's probably faster. I don't know. We'll see how much. But yeah, this is actually pretty fast. Then you can just put a different lid on it, and then it just stores in the fridge and don't make quite as much of a mess. Hi, Daniel. Hi, Sally. So there was a David and there's a Daniel. Rumble chat's a little quiet. We'll call Magic. I think you're new to my chat, by the way. Welcome. I saw you earlier. I was being ADD. So we were talking about family. I don't know. I don't know if you've ever been in our Twitch when we've talked about it. Like people always make the analogy that blood is thicker than water, and no matter what you have, your family, you should always love them. Kind of what I learned is your family is your blood. You don't get to choose them.
Yeah.
And then like your siblings and stuff, but then you get to choose your family, like your best friends or your whoever you decide is going to be your people who are going to be with you throughout your life. You get to have that choice. And sometimes it sucks when you have to cut your real family out, but sometimes it's necessary.
And with everything that has been going on in the world politically, there has definitely been the far, far, far left has convinced people that if people are politically opposed to you, then they're not your family anymore. And I've seen a lot of my friends who have went through ostracization of their family, and I definitely have some family members of my own who, yeah, they went so far off that it's like you let one little argument make you believe that someone that you've known their whole life, and they're a very compassionate, loving person, and no, they're just a Nazi now. They're evil. They want to kill people.
Yeah, I wouldn't cut family out for political reasons.
No, I wouldn't either.
Just,
And most rational people wouldn't, but every once in a while somebody just gets so far down the rabbit hole. Plaid Child in the chat says DNA doesn't make you family. I haven't spoken to my mother in 18 years. That's unfortunate.
it's not that. And sometimes you have to decide, from my opinion, what sanely keeps you happy. Like there's people who are emotional parasites depending on your upbringing. Like some of your siblings can emotionally drain you and make you depressed and not want to be in society anymore. So sometimes you have to make that difficult choice and think and especially when you have kids, you have to think what is best for us right now. And it's a hard choice to make. So now I'm just stirring the cheese and the potatoes together. And I like extra cheese, and there's a little left grated, so I'm going to just throw that in there.
Oh, yeah. That's going to melt good.
And then I'm going to stir in the other ingredients, and then the last part's going to be the easy part. I forgot I was going to turn the oven on. I forgot it. So now we got this. This is our onion mix, sour cream, cream mushroom soup, salt and pepper. It's easier to mix it in the bowl first and then add it. My daughter threw all the ingredients in all at once. I'm like, what are you doing? Because she's the one who taught me how to make this.
Daniel Berserk's asking what you're making. Daniel, that's it's going to be a potato.
They're called funeral potatoes.
Funeral potatoes. Okay.
And we'll do it real quick. So it's got shredded potato, cheese, sour cream, cream of mushroom soup, a yellow onion. If it's a big one, half. If it's a small one, a whole. And then we're going to put this in a pan. And then we're going to get some cornflakes, crush them up, and then mix some butter with it. We'll stick it on top. And then tomorrow, so I'll let it sit in the fridge overnight because it's just easier to prepare this tonight and not have to be rushing all day tomorrow. And then put it in the oven on 350 for 45 to 55 minutes. And then you just kind of stir this in until. Go ahead.
Carrie Maché's curious about the name funeral potatoes.
Okay, so I'll say this again. So in Utah, they call them funeral potatoes because our culture, someone dies, community comes together. You don't make food for yourself probably for 2 weeks. Yep. So they'll just bring, or if you go to a funeral, right, the whole neighborhood gets together after the services with the family, and they all just sit and they all have food together as a community. And these potatoes are just an easy thing to make, and they go a long way. I mean, if you look at how much prep I've actually put into this, it hasn't been that much.
Yeah.
And most people like them, and they're easy to warm up. So if they're cold or whatnot, you can just warm up really easy.
Yeah. And then,
these are my favorite potatoes.
David Nelson says, I would be adding garlic. You think garlic would be a good addition to that?
You could add garlic to it. Yeah. The thing about recipes is you can tweak them to whatever things your taste buds like. I'm making them like this because I know my family likes them like this. But you can add probably, there's all kinds of things you can probably add to it. And it's just what you like. You probably add bacon to it too. Ooh, I bet that would be really good. Okay, so now this is nice and stirred up, and I've got to take the time to grease this pan. A lot of people will use oils or pan. I use real butter for everything because I'm just a purist that way. The other stuff's not bad. I just try to stay away from vegetable fats as much as possible. So let's put on a paper towel. I'm going to smear the pan.
Yeah,
and you want to grease it.
Be careful with those seed oils. They can be a metabolism killer.
Yes. People don't realize that because, big pharma, let's not go there. Yeah. Well, we can, but I could go off forever. Okay, so this part's done. Pan's greased. So it's right there. I'm just going to pour it in here. And I actually like the onions to sit in this mix overnight because the flavor will kind of permeate through it. It's always better the second day, in my opinion. What? What I missed?
Daniel Berserk over on Twitch says, I can add whatever I want to my recipes? Does that mean if I order Domino's with a side of Sally and a movie, that'll make it happen?
Maybe. Depends how much you're willing to pay for it. Just kidding. That's funny. Daniel.
And Sanglan86 over on Rumble. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was just going to say
Sanglan86 on Rumble says he misses softball-sized Spanish onions for 99 cents.
Oh, yeah. Good luck with that one.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Well, that just doesn't line up with Bidenomics, son.
That's not Bidenomics. Gas prices are cheaper, but it costs more to get a turkey. And I was expecting to spend $100 last night, and I spent $160 because I already had the turkey bought and all that stuff. I was like, and I didn't, and all my stuff is for homemade ingredients. I can't imagine if I was someone who was buying pre-made stuff.
So yeah, the past 5 years, my workplace has bought everyone that works there a turkey and a ham.
Well, that's cool.
This, this year, they gave everyone a $25 voucher.
Oh, that's good.
So yeah, so now and the voucher you could buy vegetables and stuff with instead of meat. And I think that's good for my coworkers that either don't eat pork or don't eat meat. So I kind of
Um,
appreciate that.
I don't know if people know this, but when I did the interview with Dr. Robert Malone, I was
Hmm.
curious about that because I'd seen some articles about mRNA vaccines being utilized on animals.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And he said that, so this turns me off because I like pork, so not a ton, but that's the only animal that they're using it on right now. And
Hmm.
they don't have to label it yet.
Yeah. Well, I do eat a lot of pork, unfortunately. Not as much since I've been on my diet, but I do normally eat a lot of pork, and I've definitely tried to avoid the large producers like Smithfield.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
don't use
I
those.
don't, yeah, I don't know how much you've heard about Smithfield. There was a video that went viral from Bobby Kennedy a couple weeks back where he was just talking about essentially how Smithfield became the big giant pork producer that they are. And yeah, Carrie Mache in the chat says buy from local farmers. Yeah, that's
Yes,
the ultimate lesson. It's going to cost you more, but it's going to cost you less in healthcare down the road.
100%.
And by the way, whatever you're paying from a local farmer for pork today, 6 months from now, everybody else is going to be paying for the same GMO crap in the store later. Daniel Berserk
What do you
says
got
cutting back on pork like pork chops, just eat bacon. See, my
now?
my my drug of choice was always sausage, like the Italian sausage, good fresh Italian sausage. Oh,
Oh, that sounds so good.
yeah.
I almost bought some for breakfast tomorrow,
Hmm.
but I didn't. So I'm like, I'll be cooking all day. I'm not going to want to eat. All right, so I got cornflakes. I'm going to set this to the side for a minute. I guess I better preheat this oven, or else we're going to take forever to make pies. All right, so I'm going to 2 cups of graham crackers. Not graham crackers, cornflakes. These are not graham crackers. These are
Corn
cornflakes.
chips. Yeah, corn chips. Or corn flakes or corn chips.
Cornflakes.
Oh, okay, okay. So
Cornflakes.
this.
At my store, this is what's cool about my store is you can buy things from the bulk bin and just buy
Hmm.
what you need. So I didn't have to
All
buy a
right.
whole box of it. It ends up being cheaper. So I don't really eat cornflakes. And then I'm going to get 1/3 cup of butter. And I'm going to I try really hard not to use the microwave. So I'll cook it on the stove to melt it and find the measurements of it. Oh, I hate getting old and blind. You know that? 1/4, 1/2. They don't have a third. So we're going to guess between, oh no, that's a third. Just can't read it. Let's see. The turkey bot. Who's a turkey bot?
Oh, you said you had the turkey bought already, and then yeah, Julian Delfici just made a joke out of that.
Of course he did. So when I'm cooking this, let's see, wrong coil. I'm not going to cook the butter on high. I'm just going to put the pan on kind of like, oh, let's raise this for just a sec because that's going to take a sec to melt. It's just going to be like on a simmer. But while I'm doing that, I'm not going to forget to take the pies out. The pie crust, I could make these homemade, but I just don't. Marie Callender's makes a good pie crust. What size are they? That doesn't say the size, but they look like they're about 6-inch pies because they're a lot smaller than those other ones we had. You got to take them out of the freezer and let them get to room temperature. So these will be for the banana cream pies. I don't know why they both don't come with a lid, which I think is ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
So we'll just set these out for a minute. So usually when I'm cooking, I'm multitasking, and so while the butter's melting, I'm going to get the bacon out of the fridge, and we're going to put it in the air fryer because it's the easiest way to cook it. We'll use it for our broccoli salad. All right, who in chat is going to be doing anything fun tomorrow, like football games, hanging out with family? Like, what's your guys' thing to do? Anybody?
By the way, welcome Harrop 2004 in the chat. He's saying hello to everyone.
Hi, Harrop. How are you? I miss you. I miss you so far tonight. If you've been in chat, sorry, because, slightly ADD.
Julian says football and steak tomorrow.
Who are you rooting for, Julian?
Yeah, Julian, who you rooting for? Oh, the Detroit Lions.
Ooh, I used to like them.
And then MN Mark says football as well. I'm assuming the MN in your username is Minnesota. You got the Vikings? I don't know. Are the Vikings even playing? I'm asking.
Oh, he likes the Vikings. Trust me, I already know from Twitch. That's his team. Hi, Hairback. How are you? Yep. Nice to see you. It's been forever. So while that's doing, the butter's melting, bacon started. I have this. This is my rolling pin, but it also works really good for a crusher. So I'm going to crush these up.
Kevin in ABQ says cooking and calling family.
Aww.
And then Hairback says 6-day weekend.
6-day weekend? How are you going to 6? Isn't that just a week off?
That sounds just like a vacation. Sounds like if it were me, I'd be spending Thanksgiving in Vegas.
Yeah, if that were me, I don't think I'd be sober.
Julian Delpiki saying ASMR.
Oh, you want some ASMR? Oh, you want some of this, huh? Julian. I went to the store to get groceries, and I was like, oh, I'll buy some beer, right? Forgot they stopped serving at 1, but I was there well before then. Got all my groceries, get to the grocery store line. It's like, yeah, you can't buy that after 1 o'clock. I'm like, but I was in the store before 1 o'clock.
Oh.
Rude.
And then MN Mark says, okay, tell Sally she can use that roller for her exercises. Same thing, less expensive. This
one doesn't work because the other one has the rolly handles. This is my baking one, and it is only used for baking.
Yeah.
And rolling out rolls. But my other one works really good. And it's only $3. This one, someone gave this to me as a Christmas gift one year. But I love them because they have how they're angled. They're really good for rolling out pies. Nice and even, because most of the pressure's in the center, which is what you want, and then it goes out thinner on the outside edges. If you can kind of see how it's. I'm not going to do that because it's going to look really weird. I'm just going to do it. So here's the center. You see the difference in my hands? Yeah, you knew where I was going with that. I know how you weirdos are going to take that. All right, so I got my 2 cups of cornflakes. I'm hoping it's not 4 cups of cornflakes. It doesn't look like there's a lot in there. Do this recipe by memory, by the way.
Oh.
I think it's supposed to be 4 cups or 2 cups. Well, I don't think that's enough. I think I need 2 more cups.
Right.
I'm almost positive. So once you cook for a while, you learn to eyeball when something's wrong. I just kind of had a feeling that was not right. Are the butter's still melting on low? Yeah, I knew you were going to think that, all of you guys. That's why I did it. Oh, well, it is what it is.
Oh yeah, Harabach. Yes. Different username on here. Sat together. Yeah, he and I sat together and chatted a little bit in Nashville. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I'm in Vegas. Did you guys hang out in Vegas too?
Trying to remember all the people I hung out with.
You guys
in
played
Vegas.
cards. You guys played cards. The card tables?
Yeah.
I remember that.
Well, I think that was craps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you play craps with all those guys?
I sat and watched. I try not to gamble as much as I used to.
I'm grounded from gambling. Or else I'm getting divorced. Or separated or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm an addict.
Yeah.
Which I recognize.
Same here.
All right. So I just melted the butter in a pan. I used the microwave. Let's see. The light is terrible. So I use pan as much as I can because microwaves, put out that radiation thing.
Yep.
Kill nutrition. All right. So we're just going to stir that butter in there nice and good. I keep going over to the mic thinking that I'm standing by the camera, and I'm not. I'm used to it being different. So you just get that butter in there. It's kind of like making like an Oreo crust or graham cracker crust. That's all you would do is add butter. So like that. We'll put it on top. Let's see. I wonder if I need to turn off one of those lights. I wonder if I turn off this main light, if it's going to have better light. I feel like something's glaring off of the camera. Something's glaring off the camera. Oh, that's better.
I think your camera has an auto brightness adjust or something.
It might be, but that's
my camera does the same thing. Yeah, that looks delicious. Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, I should have just done that. So then we're gonna take these crumbs. Yeah, that's the right amount. I'm glad I added more. Spread them out nice and even. I thought it'd be a good idea to put cheese on top of this one year, but it makes the top too crunchy, too hard. It's not good. So don't do it. Because I love cheese. All right, that dish is done. And if I wasn't talking, it would have been done probably 20 minutes ago, probably. This is actually kind of fun. I can actually enjoy cooking and have a conversation with people.
Okay, so Daniel Berserk says, I have a controversial question. What is everyone's take on green bean casserole?
Ew.
I kind of have to agree. Ooh, I will eat it. I don't hate it, but if I'm going to be wasting the stomach space on Thanksgiving, I'd rather be eating like mashed potatoes or meat. And Julian Delfigi says, not my favorite, but I'm not going to pass on it. All right.
Yeah, I am like literally for Thanksgiving, so I'm going to do turkey. I do mashed potatoes, homemade gravy, stuffing, and I do a broccoli salad because I can eat it for a week and it won't go bad. Normally, I wouldn't do funeral potatoes, but my daughter likes them, so I'm doing them for her. And then two pies. Like that's simple because we all just want the turkey and the potatoes anyway. That makes sense.
Yep. Kevin and ABQ says I'd rather have more stuffing. James Hunzinger says I'll always pass on it. David Nelson says I love green bean casserole, but the onion stuff on top is the best. Yeah, but you can get the onion crisps and put them on just about anything. That's the beauty of it.
Running out of fridge space.
You're good.
All right. I'm gonna have to do a counter wipe down real quick and put this cheese in a bag. We'll use it one more time for the broccoli salad.
Ooh, broccoli salad.
Have you ever had it from the grocery store? Where it's got craisins, bacon, cheddar cheese, red onions, and then it has like a apple cider vinegar, mayo, and sugar that you mix with it, and 1 cup of shredded cheese.
Mm.
So it's just, I like broccoli, and it's probably fattening, but it's really yummy.
Yeah, it sounds tasty.
They'll have it at most grocery stores. If you go to the deli, they'll usually have it.
All right.
But it's a lot more expensive. It's a lot cheaper to make it yourself. And I use the good bacon. I only use Applewood bacon. That's the brand.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'll keep my eye out for it.
Yeah, I like it, but you can make it now yourself.
Yeah. Well, the problem is but the quantities I buy stuff in, it would go bad before I could eat enough.
Well, this would last about a week, and you probably one dose of this would probably last you all week.
Mm-hmm.
I know I could eat it for lunch with nothing else. All right, I'll show you my handy dandy trick when I've got crumbs and stuff all over the counter. So you can see there's a bunch of crumbs. And I don't like to make a big fat mess, which I do anyway, but hold on. Uh-oh, where's my vacuum? I don't remember being the one to leave it out.
Oh. Paraback says the best part about Thanksgiving and Christmas is chipped beef, cheese balls, and no bake oatmeal cookies. Oatmeal chocolate cookies. Turkey can go die in a fire.
My friend used to bring me a cheese ball. I need to get her recipe. I do love that.
Yeah.
All right, so I take this little Dyson, not sponsored by them, but take this.
Little hand vac. More ASMR going on here.
There you go. It's all done. Now I can just wipe it down without getting crumbs everywhere.
At this point, Sally should just retitle the stream Housework ASMR. I'm just teasing. Kevin and ABQ. Yeah. Kevin and ABQ says grew up with traditional oyster dressing. Couldn't stand it. Mom found this recipe, tried it once, never went back.
Oh, my ex's family made an oyster thing, and I could not. I tried it one time. I took one bite. I couldn't do it.
Now Daniel Berserk in the chat says, over on Twitch, I actually thought she was gonna go find a dog and be like, "Get those crumbs."
I wish I had a dog to do that. He
Yeah.
would have done that for me, the poor little guy.
Yeah, my dog's not tall enough to reach the counter, and she hates being picked up. So
Oh my gosh, before because you guys, oh,
I just wipe it on the floor and let her.
that's just like so. My dog, you saw how big he was. Most of the people
Oh
who
yeah.
know my dog was huge. We'd someone would leave food on the counter, and they go do something and come back and their food's all gone. And they get so mad. I'm like, well, why did you leave it on the counter? You should learn to pick up after yourself.
Yep.
But he's like, yeah. Then he got old and couldn't do that anymore. All right. So we're gonna do let's see if our pies are ready, thawed out. Okay. These are pretty thought out. So before you cook pie crust, you've got to take a fork to them because if you don't, they will swell up and then they'll crack everywhere. So when I first did these, I was like, whatever, that's a dumb rule. And I was like, that's why you do it.
Yep. You get air trapped under it.
Yeah, but you want to make sure you get it all the way around and all the way down to the bottom.
So Daniel Berserk on Twitch says Sally with a bandana enters combat mode.
Oh yeah. Daniel has never seen my garden streams apparently.
Yeah. And that pose, by the way, looked awesome with the fork. Like,
well, should I go get my knives out? Oh, that was a funny night. Oh my gosh, that lady. They broke her.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder though, maybe someone else has heard this before, but they were saying someone was saying something about how she might have like the type of drugs that they put her on was kind of like what they did with Kanye and like the kind of the MK Ultra type stuff.
Oh yeah.
Like a lot of those people that went in there. I don't know if anyone else has heard that rumor or not. I don't know if that's something I can talk about on YouTube. I don't know. I don't usually talk about that stuff, but I thought it was kind of interesting take.
Haraback is asking who. We're talking about Britney Spears.
Oh yeah, not Plain Lady. Plain Lady was. What did she say? What did she say? Who are you? You're not real.
That motherfucker is not real.
You're not real. She's actually rather pretty when she has makeup on. I didn't think she was not pretty without makeup on, but.
Julia Delfiki says, Plain Lady is a psyop honeypot. I think she's not real. The one who's been doing the interviews, I don't think that's really her.
Really? Do you think that? No, she has. If you look at her features, they look pretty close, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. I forgot to look at the instructions on this for how long to cook it for. I think it's like 10 minutes. 400? Oops. I preheated it too much. Hold on. You can tell that I go a lot by memory when I cook. I was just off a little bit.
So
I just turned it down and open. Go ahead.
Michelle on Rumble. Sorry I was elbow deep in baking pumpkin pies. I freaking love green bean casserole, but I have a family member that has celiac disease, so I make it from scratch.
Oh, doesn't people bake it from scratch? Do people make things from boxes for Thanksgiving? I'm not judging. I'm just curious.
I know I made some shortcuts and myself, but
I'm not judging. I just don't know. I've always had that stuff from scratch, so I don't know.
I know a lot of people buy those the crispy onions for the topping. They buy those out of a can. Most
those
most
are
people I know. Yeah. Julia Delfiki, the report says she was questioned for 45 minutes outside the airport, but the cops didn't get her ID or name.
Yeah. Oh, really? That's interesting. All right, so as we're multitasking, I guess I gotta take the bacon out of the air fryer. You guys can't see that over there in the corner. I've got the air fryer. Ooh, nice and crispy.
The magic
So we
of
got that.
pork.
Cooks it perfectly in the air fryer. So then we're gonna take the other half of that. There's only so much will fit in there.
Oh, you Michelle says condensed soups like cream of mushroom have wheat in them. So,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what do you use instead? I forget that the chat has a 20-second delay.
Yep.
Sometimes I'm like, where's the answer? Why are you calling me? All right, so we got the next thing is going to be is, the broccoli. I'm actually going to put it in this because I'm going to make a mess. I'm going to cut it up first, and then I'm going to rinse it off really good. It'll be easier. So this recipe calls for 2 heads of broccoli. It's a pretty big head of broccoli.
Yeah.
So there's those. Where's my cheater scissors?
Oh.
What restaurant are you going to tomorrow? Did you already tell us what restaurant you're going to? Well, you don't have to give the food to Dr.
Yeah,
Phil.
I'm not gonna give that out just because. Yeah, I'm trying not to
That was
dox
a tough
myself
question.
again. Yeah.
Okay, so I cheat. Well, it's not cheating, but it's just smart. So I take scissors and I just cut off the heads like that.
Oh, all right.
You can take the knife to it, but this is just easier.
Julian says her website IP address was routed through DoD servers to honeypot.
Are you serious? Or are you making just being funny?
And you Michelle now says, yeah, I make cream of mushroom soup from mushrooms, flour, stock, and cream.
Oh, interesting. I'd rather make it from scratch, honestly. Michelle, so who's all coming to your house, Michelle? Are you having a big gathering?
And David Nelson says, I've done the Alton Brown version once that uses homemade onion crisps and fresh mushrooms.
Ooh, that sounds good.
And then James Hunsinger says, that's because they were staring at her chest. I think that's in reference to the cops not getting her name. Yeah.
Probably.
We can identify her. Yeah, she's the one with C cups. No.
I think she had the mole right above her
Yeah.
cleavage.
Welcome back, Freedom, 1982 1.
Oh, did she come back? Hi.
Yeah.
Freedom, what are you guys doing for Thanksgiving? You getting with family?
No, James, I don't think they were D's. I think they were C's. They might have been D's, but I don't know. Freedom says she's going to her in-laws.
Fun. Are you excited? Maybe not. Let's see. I'm Michelle. She's talking to Mark. She's not talking to me. This is the whole entire part of Thanksgiving I hate is the broccoli part. Like out of everything I make, I don't know why I hate this part, but I do.
Chop, 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 chop. Well, it's because broccoli stalks can be a little tough sometimes.
Yeah, these scissors are dull. Somebody used it to open box, I can tell.
And Freedom says lots of people. Yeah, I get lol. Yeah, I guess 26 in a house, 12 and under.
What?
Or wait, 12 under 18.
Wow, 12 under 18.
Mm-hmm.
Bless your heart. That's all I have to say about that. Let's see.
You, Michelle, says, no one really. Good practice. Plus, I have a neighbor I enjoy giving food because she's elderly.
Aw, that's sweet.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Freedom says 11 from her sister in law.
What? Are they remarried or what? Are they the original kids? You sure she's not from
Wow.
Utah?
Yeah. God replaced her uterus with a clown car. Catholic. Okay.
Nice. That's fine. I'm not judging. I'm saying bless your heart. My mom had 8 pregnancies and 7 kids. So
And Julian's asking if everyone has those same red dot scissors. I do not.
I know they were cheap. I got they came with the knife set that came from whatchamacallit, Kohl's.
Mm.
I swear I have a sharper pair, and these ones are pissing me off. Let's see if these are any sharper.
Oh, Daniel Berserk has made a she's chopping broccoli. Yeah, she's chopping broccoli. She's chopping broccoli. And then says, if no one gets that, Google Dana Carvey. She's chopping broccoli.
Oh no, then now I'm gonna have to Google it. Is it gonna be bad? Saying will usually tell me, don't Google that. And then I'll
And then,
Google it. And he's like, go ahead.
and then he's accusing you of having 8 kids.
Yeah, I've got 8 kids. Not bless anyone's heart that can. I would have, you know what? I would have had more kids if I thought that it was more of a financial thing with our economy and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
When I was younger, that's when the big market crash happened shortly after that. So it's more. I don't know. I like would have if I would have had more help. I don't know if I would have been able to be a stay-at-home mom. I could have had a million kids. But it's hard if you have to work.
And then Freedom says she loves having a lot of kids. I'm assuming she means her sister in law.
Yeah, that's cool.
Well, making them is always fun, right?
Absolutely.
It's the other 18 years.
Depends if your ex brainwashes them, right? It makes it miserable. I was fortunate where that only happened a couple of times, but we were able to have an adult conversation and say that's not okay. But
Yeah.
not everybody's fortunate to have that.
No, no, no. Definitely. I
Oh
was
yeah, these
I
scissors.
was in that situation my daughter's whole life, so fun times.
Ugh, yeah, it makes it hard because you want to love them and you do love them unconditionally, but it's really hard when they're poisoned.
Yeah,
So
one of these
anybody
days
going through that?
I don't like to really discuss my problems on stream, but one of these days I probably will do a show about parental alienation and some of the crazy gaslighting I went through. Pretty fun stuff.
Because it probably help people when you're ready. Like I think that's something that someone, if they've been through that, needs to do that on their own. I mean, there's like a lot of things I want to talk about eventually, but you have to get to the point where you're like, it's not trust people. You just have to be ready for that to
Hmm.
be in the universe.
Hmm.
And it's not
And
that it's
so
bad. It's bad.
so Freedom's asking, do anything fun with the broccoli? She's making a broccoli salad, and she's
Yes,
asking how many people are coming to your house.
it's just me, my guy, and my kids. And anybody else, if they bring friends or whatever, they're welcome to. But
And then
this is a
she
week's worth of food.
and then she's asking me the same question. I am doing nothing tomorrow but going to a restaurant, so it's gonna be kind of a date night.
It'll be fun.
Oh yeah.
Well, because we were supposed to go to dinner with family tomorrow, and I don't know exactly what happened if there was miscommunication, but he got the impression that it wasn't going to be a thing. I'm like, oh, but I was planning on that and doing my stream on Friday. And he's like, well, we could just go to one of those all you can eat buffets. I'm like, yeah, I'll go grocery shopping today. I'll change our plans. It'll be okay.
Yeah,
But it might be
I'm
kind of nice.
I'm hoping to beat the traffic. We're going to be going up to Kansas City, and they have a big holiday lighting celebration every year, and
Aw.
the traffic in the the crowds. I can't do them.
Yeah.
So you, Michelle. Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
She's
Oh,
still talking to Mark. Never mind.
I was going to say, that was what was nice is I forget, which I need to start doing things at night after I stream because I'm wound up instead of like being awake and then being tired the next day and just like go to the gym and go to the grocery store because there was no one. I think there's like 5 people that were customers in the store while I was there. It was so nice.
Oh yeah. Freedom is asking who's planning to watch the parade.
What parade?
Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade every year.
Oh,
It will probably be on a television in my house, but yeah, I won't be doing
really?
much watching of it all.
I hate parades.
Oh yeah.
I don't know why. I think as when I was little, we just would go to them. We had always had big parades, and it just seemed like it was. I don't know. Can I forget to start the bacon? Yes. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're just doing a little rinse cleanup real quick. The rest of this recipe is going to go pretty fast.
Don't they usually also have the big dog show on Thanksgiving too? Like they usually do a back to back on TV with the parade and then the dog show.
Where's that at? Is that on just on TV?
Yeah.
I don't know. Growing up, we didn't really have TV, but when we lived you at someone's house with a TV, it was always football.
Oh yeah.
Like there was nothing on but football.
Well, this is the parade and dog show are usually earlier in the day, like before noon, and then it goes to the football. Freedom is complimenting your jeans, nice jeans, Sally, aka nice, and then butt emoji.
Oh, you can see my butt. I gotta do better. Thank, thank you.
And then Kevin and
Hey, you
ABQ
want
says the
to-
parade airs. Oh, go
Go
ahead.
ahead. No, you go ahead.
Kevin and ABQ said the parade airs on a delay out west and runs into football. Wow.
Well, that's dumb. Who's playing tomorrow?
I had the schedule up here. Looks like we've got the Green Bay Packers at the Detroit Lions, Washington at the Dallas Cowboys, and the San Francisco 49ers at the Seattle Seahawks.
That sounds kind of fun. Don't they usually? Did you say the Raiders?
No, no, no. We got the Packers and Lions, Washington at the Cowboys, and then 49ers and Seahawks.
What determines who plays on that day, or is it just by schedule? Is it the same people every year?
Well, usually there's one game hosted in Dallas and one game hosted in Detroit. I think the third game might be on a rotation, and then their opponents are just by schedule, by however they pick it.
Oh, okay. So it is pretty much the same people every year that go the same teams.
Well, Dallas and Detroit, yes. I'm not. I don't believe Seattle. I could be wrong about that though. But yeah, those two home teams, Dallas and Detroit, have been pretty much every year since I've been an adult.
Wow. Okay, you probably can't see, but over here, so I'm not gonna move the camera because you don't really need to see clear over there. But I'm just gonna take the broccoli and I'm gonna set it in this cold water in the bowl. So I got it in a strainer, and I'm just gonna let water run on that and get it nice and clean. But first, I'm gonna finish these last couple dishes. That's what I was gonna say earlier. If you see on top of your dishes as you're cooking, it's a lot easier, a lot less stressful at the end of the night because you get done. Like all my dishes are all caught up on as so far as we've been going. And it just takes a second to hurry and wash them with the hand washer. Trying to think, what other things can we talk about? One sec.
Freedom is going to go hang out with her friend, but before she left, she said Lions are doing great this year. I don't know if she can still hear me, but as a Chiefs fan, yes, the Lions are doing great this year. You're welcome.
Yes. ASMR real quick.
Oh yeah. It's weird. You know how StreamYard has kind of like the auto adjust on the audio. It's like when
Uh-huh.
you start, it's really loud, and then StreamYard just sucks the audio out for a minute and then brings it back right as you stop. It's great. StreamYard's
Um,
a great program sometimes.
yeah, I don't ever use the auto because it seems like it always jacks up my streams. Like it
Oh,
cuts me out. But I do a lot of Twitch. So it cuts me out at the wrong time.
okay. Well, something was able to pad down your vacuum noise there. It was pretty
Do
cool.
you have the auto? Do you have the auto on your end? Or because you could do it on your end as well.
Oh, yeah, I
I
didn't
wonder what
know.
did that.
Huh.
It might, yeah, I don't know. I don't ask me. But I do love StreamYard.
Yeah, I don't have it on either. Hello and welcome, Brimstone DDD.
Hi, Brimstone. How are you? We got the late night crew here. What time? I don't even know what time it is. It's
Let's see.
11:19.
Yep. 11:19 your time. Yeah.
I appreciate you being here. So, and I'm not telling you to go. I'm just saying if you have to go at any time and you get tired, let me know, okay?
Yeah. No,
Because
you're good. You're
I
good.
keep you forever. Oh, let's
Again,
see.
you know, this is one of those rare days where I don't have to work tomorrow, so I do try to catch some of the late programming here on the internet when I don't have to work. So I'm I'm
I love it because I'm
I'm
not
with it
having
for
to
now.
in a fun way, like on that stream. I can't wait for that one. That'll be fun.
Brimstone says,
Um,
just got home from playing poker. My daughter is at her mom's and they went to the hospital because my daughter has severe cramps. Ooh, sorry to hear that, Brimstone.
hopefully she's doing okay. Is everything okay with the baby and everything? I'm a weirdo. I have to clean the floor as I go. All right.
You got to clean as you go. If you don't, you're going to be walking through the mess. You're going to be mushing it into your shoes. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I guess I'll cut the onion while that's rinsing out over here. But actually, what I'm gonna do real quick is I'm gonna take a really like 30-second potty break.
Okay.
I'm gonna mute my cam in case something. I don't
Sure
know.
thing. And Brimstone says, don't know anything yet. Okay. And so while she's away, I guess I'll shill just a little bit. For those that just popped in, Sally and I are going to be talking about maybe doing JFK conspiracy streams in the future, talking about basically doing watch parties of the Men Who Killed Kennedy series that was originally produced by ITV over in Britain and then picked up by the History Channel. It's a 9-part series that was produced from the late 70s to the mid 90s. So there were 9 parts, like one every 3 or 4 years. And it was an interesting series. I've seen the whole thing once years ago, but yeah, I've been kind of throwing around the idea now that it's been 60 years since the passing of Kennedy. I was throwing around the idea of maybe watching it on my channel as a bonus stream every couple of weeks, and Sally heard me throwing around the idea, and she said she'd like to be a part of it. So definitely, if you're interested in that kind of stuff, stay tuned to the social media accounts of Sally and myself, and these live streams here. We might get it going. Brimstone says JFK was on drugs, wasn't he? Well, I'm sure. I'm
Sure
sure
he
there are a
was.
lot of famous people that, that were on some kind of drugs.
So by putting the broccoli in the strainer, you probably can't see. But by putting the broccoli in the strainer when I wash it like that, it's just a lot easier to get all the water out. And then I have it in a bowl to catch the water. Oh,
Julie. David Nelson
well, that
says
might be
Rosalind Duke's father was at the scene of JFK, and Julian Delphique said he had nude swinger parties at the White House. Probably.
well, he wasn't
Always
a
got to
Marilyn
add.
Monroe, right?
Yep, yeah.
Marilyn Monroe wasn't that his thing? All right, I hate cutting red onions for some reason, so hopefully my eyes don't water.
Oh yeah, yeah. Red onions got the spice down in the core.
So this one's a half of a red onion. So I'm gonna you cut the ends off first. I'm actually gonna put them outside. Did anyone see the red moon last night? Or the moon last night? I thought it was bigger than normal, but I think wasn't sure if I was going crazy. I was gonna take a picture, and I climbed on the roof, and I forgot that it's winter, and there's like, dew. And I usually get on the roof with only socks. It was kind of scary for a minute, but did anyone see it?
I did not. Did it? Yeah. Anyone in the chat? If you saw the red moon, give a shout out.
Or just a big harvest moon? I don't know. Was it bigger than normal, or was I just imagining things? There's no moon? Okay, then I must have just been seeing. Maybe I was seeing aliens. All right, so dicing an onion, I like to cut it this way first and then turn it and do it this way. See if I can do it. Ah, it's falling apart.
Yep, yep. You always get that one chunk that flies away. It always happens to me too.
Yep.
So, Emin Mark says, speaking of drugs, is Sally on Pervitin?
On what?
Pervitin?
What is that?
What is Pervitin? Let me
Percotin?
Google it.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh,
well, obviously I'm not someone.
It's Nazi meth.
Oh, no. I've never even heard of it. I've never knowingly taken any of that stuff.
Yeah, I heard the Nazis were forcing their soldiers to take methamphetamines. I didn't realize it had a name.
Oh, they did.
Nazi meth.
Oh, yeah.
And then you, Michelle, says the Kennedy assassination documents were unclassified a few months ago, but no one ever talked about it. I know Tucker did
partially.
Yeah, it wasn't all the documents. Yeah, there was just a few of them, and Tucker covered it a little bit. I covered a little bit on my show, basically covering Tucker's coverage of it. But yeah, you're right. There wasn't a whole lot of people talking about.
Robert F. Kennedy talks about it, but he's mad that they haven't declassified at all because he wants them all declassified.
Oh yeah.
He thinks the public should know because he knows a lot, but I think he's protecting people by not speaking until they're declassified because that way he's not outing anyone. Just my observation.
David Nelson says Biden overruled the declassification. And David Nelson also says, I leave the root end connected before dicing the onion.
Oh, if you take it out, it doesn't. Your eyes don't water.
Yeah.
You can do that, but not me. If you take the ends out, it makes it. All right, so the onion part's done. Now we're going to get a bowl, find a bowl that's going to fit this in there. I think I got one handy.
That looks tasty.
All right, so we're gonna add broccoli to the bowl. So that's quite a bit of broccoli. I want to take the onions, add them. Now we have the bacon to top up. Oops, we get the other half out.
Brimstone's asking, do you debone your turkey? And then says, my mom always deboned her turkey and then was able to make broth and pull the meat that was on the bones off to use with the stuffing, so it has meat in the stuffing and turkey broth flavor.
No, I don't do that, but what I do is I take when I do my stuffing, I do it last because I don't like to cook my stuffing with the turkey because I like it a certain texture. But I use the juice from the turkey and you make the stuffing, and then I mix when I eat my dinner, I take the turkey and stuffing and mix it together. That's just me though.
Billy R on YouTube gives a smiley emoji. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Billy R. Oh my gosh, this knife sucks. Hold on. Gotta get a different one for that.
And once again, we got the ASMR crunching going on.
Oh yeah. And I'm gonna crunch it in my mouth, ASMR style. See? Oh. The best part of cooking, you taste a little bit of everything. I meant to sharpen on my knife before the weekend, and I just didn't get to it.
I need to buy a new knife sharpener myself.
Oh, I got a good brand for you. I have a hand one and an electric one. They're both really great.
Yeah, Julian, you got a good point there. People miss these things because the modern zeitgeist is packed with quote unquote news.
Well, yeah, news. Yeah, we were. So today, what I'm wondering, which is dumb, because I shouldn't go here, but I'm wondering what was going on in the world that everyone for the first part of this morning was distracted by that pretend terrorist attack.
Oh yeah.
It's just over my head goes.
Julian Delfigi says those look like dog treats. Well, that's because they can be dog treats if you want them to be.
Oh yeah, I gave my dog real bacon. He didn't get that fake stuff. It tastes like dog treats too. But better. All right. So multitasking and cooking the bacon while I was doing other things just saved us a ton of time. So I've got the bacon in there. Now we have to add 2 cups of shredded cheese. And then there's the mayo, 1/4 cup of sugar, and 2 tablespoons of apple cider vinegar. And then that will be done.
Nice. Oh my.
What was that?
Brimstone over on Twitch says, somebody told me the CIA recently said that remote viewing exists. My response was the CIA always lies.
I heard someone they were saying that Samsung can turn on your TV and do remote viewing and recording you when it's off.
Oh yeah, that's been a thing for a while, and there was an InfoWars story about 7 years ago where they had like the manual, like the technical manual for the cable boxes that Comcast and Spectrum were sending out to people, and that they had a tiny built-in camera on their motherboard.
What? On
Yeah,
Comcast?
yeah.
Gosh, now I want to think about all the naughty things I've done in front of my motherboard thinger.
Yeah, but no, I
Jeez,
think
oh.
what Brimstone's talking about is like the men who stare at goats type of stuff, where they were trying to psychically see other places in the world in their mind.
Oh, teleporting or like the telekinesis or time travel or yeah, who was talking about that this week? Someone was talking about that.
Hmm.
Oh my gosh, there was someone talking about. It's funny because it's like sometimes you wonder if this stuff is real. I mean, because I don't know. And then part of me is like, why are they distracting us with this type of stuff? Are they trying to get us to do things that are wear some kind of a gear that's going to make you think you're doing that, like meta?
Oh
Like,
yeah,
I don't know if that makes sense.
yeah. If they get us all interacting in the VR with the AI, then yeah, we don't need to talk to our families about politics and what's wrong with the world. We can just accept it the way it comes. And speaking of AI, Brimstone now says, "Did you hear about the AI thing? According to Reuters, one of the AIs they discovered was doing something that is a threat to humanity or something. Sounds dangerous, and I should probably look
The
into it."
open source thing. But was that are you talking about the stuff that Elon was posting about how someone that worked for the AI company was leaking the open source or that they were going to or something like that? Elaborate.
And then Carrie Mache said, "No remote viewing. It is real. Look it up. Russians invented it."
Huh.
Yeah, I think the problem you have whenever you start talking about the remote viewing stuff, there's an interesting kind of backstory on some of that. And yes, the CIA was heavily involved in trying to get people to do it. And eventually, those people retired from the CIA and started getting in some of the kookier communities online, and that led to like the Hale Bopp Comet stuff, where they said there was a spaceship following the Hale Bopp comet, and we all needed to commit suicide to join the spaceship to heaven. Yeah, no.
What's the help up? I've never even heard that.
I'm trying to
Is that
remember
a
the
good thing
name.
I never heard that?
It was a cult. There was a cult. Let me see.
I'm not dismissing you, Kari, but I'm gonna look into it. Because you know my brain. I gotta know those things. I'm a nerd. The mirror tube thingy. Yes, I'm on 3 platforms, Mark. I'm on Twitch, Rumble, and YouTube. Because I'm not talking about anything sensitive. Well, we weren't. Well, we're still not. This is still in bounds, I think. It's just curious conversation.
Okay, yeah. So it was the Heaven's Gate cult back in 1997. Someone had claimed to have remote viewed a spaceship traveling
Oh,
behind the
heaven.
Hale Bopp comet, and yeah, 21 women and 18 men of varying ages were all found peaceably, dead, wearing dark clothes and Nike sneakers.
I remember hearing
Because
about the
yeah,
Heaven's Gate stuff.
yeah,
I never looked into it.
but yeah, it there a lot of people tried to blame what was his name, the old radio host,
I, David Icke? No.
no, the coast to coast guy, Art Bell. They tried to blame Art Bell, the Art Bell show, for these people getting this idea that remote viewers had seen a spaceship behind the comet.
When I step away, I can still hear you, by the way.
Yeah, yeah.
I just didn't know if you knew I could still hear you. I was just grabbing some raisins.
But I believe it might be possible. But like I said, the problem is you go to start talking about this stuff in a very real way, it's like talking about Bigfoot and ghosts and aliens and, you know, everything else. You kind of have to give the disclaimer that, you know, we just don't know. The CIA
We
might
just don't
know, but
know.
we just don't know.
Okay, so next thing is craisins. Okay, a cup of them. These are optional if you decide you want these in there. And I love them in there. So they're going in there.
I got a question.
And then we have, go ahead.
Would fresh cranberries work, or do they have to be dried, or is it a
You could
texture
try
thing?
them. I,
Since everything else is kind of
I,
crunchy.
I don't know. I just like them. You could probably try them. I've never tried them. I'm eyeballing the cheese. It's 2 cups, but I'm looking at it to see how much is it going to just make it be evenly spread out. I'm going to stir it up before I add the dressing in there. I forget how much of this makes. You could cut this recipe in half too, but I'll literally eat this in a week. It looks just about right, just a smidge more. When here, you don't want too much cheese. You want to just kind of even. See how it's kind of like even balance in colors. Just kind of that's what kind of you want.
Freedom says, "I see what you're making, Sally. Tequila berry salad."
Tequila berry. I don't know. It could be called that. It's just called broccoli salad in my state. There's like a lot of recipes that you. Go ahead.
Welcome to the show, KP Cluckin.
Hi, Kyle. How are you? Is he on Rumble? Yep, he's on Rumble.
Yep, on Rumble.
He doesn't like it. How's your day going, Kyle? What are you doing for Thanksgiving? All right, final step. Went to the closet. I don't know what I went to the closet for. Am I having a squirrel moment?
Okay, Kyle says, "I'm doing good going to one of my sister and brother-in-laws." All right.
Fun. All right, for this step, I'm actually going to look at the recipe in case I got the measurements wrong, because this is the. Yep, I had it right. 1 cup of mayo, 1/4 cup of sugar, 2 tablespoons of apple cider. Okay.
Freedom says, "I used to have this at every Christmas and Thanksgiving."
Yeah, did she call it tequila? Do they actually use tequila in it?
I think she may be referring to someone's screen name. I don't know.
Oh, she's replying to someone.
No, when
Did,
she asked you if you're making tequila berry, I think tequila berry might be a person, because when she said tequila berries salad, I think, yeah, that's a possessive. Oh no, it's a restaurant. Okay, not a screen name. It's a restaurant.
oh, so what's? I don't guess I don't understand her question then. You're saying that
She's
they
basically
make this at
asking. Yeah, she's asking if you got the recipe from this restaurant.
Oh no, these are all old Mormon recipes. Like these are just passed down from generations.
Oh, okay.
Like these are like at all the big like funeral. This would be served at a funeral. It's just an easy dish to make for a lot of people. Yeah, welcome to our state. We're weird. So I'm just getting a cup of mayo. I'm gonna stir it in this bowl. I think my earbuds were playing through the mic. I think that's what I was doing. I'm too close to my mic. Yep, because it quit as soon as I stepped away.
Yeah, I don't hear any feedback.
I love it. No, it's just me. I think it's just something I'm doing. It's
okay.
You know, Mild, I have issues with my ask anyone in this chat. I have more issues with my equipment when it comes to audio than any other person, and I so want to learn to do it right.
Yeah, that's why I hate trying to do any upgrades or change anything A couple weeks ago, I bought this new monitor, and I just after I installed it, I cleaned my desk, and I didn't know where the heck to put my mic because everything got
Oh,
rearranged. I'd moved some speakers, and like because there was less junk on my desk, like my mic was actually sitting too low on my desk, and now I had to sit it on a thick comic book.
oh,
So I need to
we
get
need to get you
myself a
a
little
boom
shelf.
arm.
Yeah, or a boom arm, which I actually have a bunch of mic stands in my band room next door. I could just get it, bring it over.
No, we just need to raise some money on your Rumble channel for a boom arm. Like we should make that a goal when we do our JFK stuff. Unless you have
M
better
and
time.
M and Mark over on Rumble says Sally got this recipe from her fourth sister wife.
Yes, I did. That was my seventh sister wife, not my fourth. Oh my gosh. Ford, you know Robert Ford from Locals?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
He made the funniest. I wonder if this would be better with red wine vinegar.
Ooh,
I
maybe.
wonder if I should try red wine vinegar instead of apple cider. Ooh, I'm gonna be brave. We're altering the recipe, guys. I'm using this instead.
And then yeah,
I like it.
Kyle over on Rumble says I'm still waiting for Sally to try ramagrat.
Yeah, but I don't know what it is though. I heard him say it like 2 times, or 3 or 4. Ramagrat.
Norwegian cream pudding.
Oh yeah. Does he have a recipe for it? He might have said it to me. And if he did, I'll go back and find it. Oh, I got my drying towel wet. How did I manage that? All right, now I got to stir this thing up, but I know I got too small of a bowl, so we're just gonna make it work.
So
All right, guys, go ahead.
So the internet says, yeah, it's like a sour cream porridge.
Ooh, that kind of sounds good. But it's like a pudding?
Yeah.
All right, see, this is what you don't do. Is that my bowl? What my bowl is too small. So now I'm gonna have to wash another bowl because I need a bigger one. I'll just use this.
Yeah.
So the vinegar is going to give it kind of a tangy taste, and the sugar is going to kind of balance it out. And the mayo is going to make it nice and creamy.
Daniel Berserk says, now that it's officially Thanksgiving, I can eat pumpkin pie, right?
Of course. Unless someone's going to break their fingers for eating it right now.
Just make sure there's enough left for the ladies tomorrow. And eat the desserts.
Isn't that the best part? I don't know. I really just like the turkey and the stuffing and the potatoes. Like and the rolls, which we're going to make the rolls next. Because if people get tired and want to fall asleep, then at least I've got to get the rolls have to be in the fridge overnight before we do them in the morning. All right, so I've got that whisked till it's nice and creamy. And you can add this on the day of, but I like it to soak in overnight. So you got to choose how you like it. So I'm just going to pour this evenly across it. It's easier if you do that. I'm going to stir it a little bit, then I'll add some more. I'm not going to tell you what I was going to say about it, but I'll just say the terms you can't use because people take them the wrong way.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So there's another dish. And this normally, if I wasn't talking, would probably been done probably 30, not probably 20 minutes ago, because I would have been multitasking and cooking different things. But it's just say I'm only say that because I want to give you a time reference of how long it would normally take. And then you can always mix up some more of that dressing. If tomorrow, like say you were eating it and you're like, oh, it just needs a little more or something, you can always mix up some more dressing. But that's that. And you can cut it in half or a fourth, but this will get eaten in a week, and mostly by me. I used to literally eat a head of broccoli a day.
Julian Delfici, I'm still chuckling at Sally's 3-hour estimate.
3-hour estimate of what? The stream?
Yeah.
Never thought this was gonna be. I never thought this would be 3 hours. I was, yeah. Well, maybe I thought it would be. What time? How many hours was it? We started at 9. It's only 3 hours.
Yeah.
We're still 10 minutes away.
Yeah. Still got time to make another dish.
Yeah. The next one's rolls and banana cream pie. But people can leave when they want, and then if there's no one here, then I'll make them in the morning or something. But look at this is the best part.
Yes.
Good. So good. And Julian, I probably could have done it in 3 hours. I forget to take my talk time into consideration. I talk too much. Oh, I want to eat a whole bowl of that right now. That is so good. That is like one of my favorite dishes, and I don't know why. It's a combination.
I just had 2 large bowls of salad, and yeah, that looks like a good thing to fill up a third bowl with.
Yeah, you could like this is a good. The only thing that's bad about this is just that dressing, but that mayo is really not that bad for you. And there's just a little bit of sugar. You can almost play around. Probably add stevia instead of sugar if you wanted to.
Oh yeah, I don't really like the stevia. I tried to use it as a substitute for Mountain Dew for a while. I got the stevia version of Mountain Dew.
Ew.
Yeah, it was not.
I didn't know they had that. All right, so the rolls are what we're gonna do next. We're gonna clean up just a little bit because they're messy. Let's see. I need sugar. Yes. Now this roll recipe. Now hopefully you can hear me.
Yep.
Actually, is my mother's recipe, and it's been she's never shared it except for with her kids. And I do have flour left over, but it's probably a year old, and so I'm going to throw this away. I always use fresh flour because after it sits for a while, it gets a flavor to it. It's not as fresh. Or I'll actually put it in another container. I've made this mistake of using older flour, and maybe people wouldn't notice, but I did. It just has a different kind of flavor to it. So this recipe is special, guys. And yeah, my mom was very picky about it, about how everything had to be perfect when she made it. I'm not quite that picky. Like when she rolled them out, they were all the same size. She would roll them back out and start over. I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that. But they kind of taste like Hawaiian sweet rolls a little bit. What better? And just a reminder, if anyone has Twitter, all these recipes are posted in a thread on there. And I will get them posted to one of my other forums. I didn't know if people would want to bake along with me, but I didn't give people much notice because everything got sped up. All right, almost done. All right, I get the mix master back out.
Yeah.
All right, before I put these away, before we do the banana cream, there's those pies crusts. They're all cooled off. Gotta move them off the stove because we're gonna need the stove for this part. So I don't know how many of you guys have ever done a yeast roll. Yeast rolls are picky. Oh, garbage can's over here. So yeast rolls, you have to make sure that the yeast rises good. So I'm going to raise it first to make sure it's good, and then we'll do the rest of it. So yeast needs sugar, sunlight, and water to develop, and temperature. During the pandemic, what did I miss?
Just Julian Delphiki and Daniel Berserk, having a little time zone supremacy war here.
No, it's Mountain Time's the superior time zone. Does anybody else hate getting old that you can't read things anymore? Okay, where's the expiration date on here? Okay, this one is 21. That one's not good. I bought a bunch of those during the pandemic. This one's good. Have I opened this one yet? Okay, yes, I have. So we're going to throw the one that's, I'm going to experiment though. I'm going to take the one that's from 21 and the one from 22. I'm going to do them both at the same time. Someone put dishes away. I'm looking for a glass dish. Glass dish. But while this stuff is rising, we'll chit chat for a minute. So I've actually got the oven preheated. So there's going to be our heat source. And I turned the light on that's underneath the oven. When we do this, it's going to be a tablespoon of sugar, tablespoon of water, and a tablespoon of yeast. And when you do the water, no, hold on, I'll get to the mic. Hold down the fort. This other things I can eyeball. This recipe I can't eyeball the tablespoon, and I have one downstairs. So hold on one sec.
Yep. So for those that were in on the earlier conversation we were having about celebrity Me Too events, I guess since my stream ended earlier tonight, we've yet had another celebrity in New York once again being sued. Jamie Foxx is now also being Me Too'd. Wow. And the plaintiff, of course, is Jane Doe. So, yeah, not giving her real name, staying anonymous. I guess he's being accused of taking photographs, rubbing breasts,
Did you say
sliding his
rubbing?
hands into her pants. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna go put. You keep talking. I want to hear this. But just I'm gonna put water in this. This is the most important part. Is the water temperature. If it's too hot, you'll kill the yeast. If it's too cold, it won't grow. The best way is you take your wrist and you get the water. It's like a baby bottle. You get the water the same temperature as your skin, and then you add the other ingredients.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead and keep telling the story while I do this.
That was pretty much it. I mean, I just kind of skimmed it and got the juicy parts out of it, but yeah, it's another one of these New York uh, Adult Survivors Act expiration lawsuits.
I can't believe they can do that. Like, I get that victims deserve to have, like, justice, but at the same time, it's like, and I think memories fade.
Yeah, and a lot of these, like that, the Axl Rose one happened in like 1996. Let's see when this one was 2015. I don't remember when the P Diddy one was alleged to have happened, but
I mean, if like, it's really hard because it's like at this point, like, I want to believe, like, trust me, I'm one of those people that want to believe these women, but I have a hard
everyone
time,
does.
like, yeah, but it's just with all of this stuff, like, I just feel like there should be a middle ground. This coming, like, at the 11th hour, there's a statute that's running out, and now you're going to make this clear. I don't know. Like, I get so torn because I know that some people repress memories. Like, I know that. And then the statute runs out and it's too late. But it's just, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it without sounding like an ass, but because I do sympathize and I do empathize.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, so this is the 21 on this side. So I put the jar on that side. So a tablespoon of each of these things. And as soon as I start seeing that they're being active, I use Red Star's active dry yeast. Oh, this isn't even in the camera. Anyway, so I'm gonna give it just a little bit of a stir with a knife, butter knife, to kind of get the yeast wet. Mixing the sugar. I'm just curious if they just had to put an expiration date on this. Because if it's still good, then I'll use that for other things. But I bought a bunch of yeast during the pandemic in case I had to make my own bread. Which I want to start making my own bread anyway, because that's the bad thing about bread. It's not necessarily the bread itself, it's how they make the bread.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of these factory manufacturers like to put a lot of corn syrup and
Oh, that's already rising. I think that's good. Yeah, I don't think the expiration matters, guys. I just wanted to check that out. Their yeast is in a dark container on purpose. They're supposed to be stored in the fridge, and they're not supposed to get light. That's why they're in a dark container like that. So I'm going to stick them underneath the stove because it's preheated from those pies. So then, can you tell I have a squirrel? So the stove's warm, and then I have the stove light turned on, so you can see over. Raise that up a little bit. You can see that they're underneath the light over there, and they're kind of warm where the oven heat's coming out. And with that, let's just take a breather for just 3 minutes before I get tired. I have 2 things left to make, but the rolls are the most important. Who's having big family get-together still? I missed it.
oh yeah, it's Kyle. Yeah, he says there's 23 of us total.
Well, that's cool.
his sister's house.
This is really sad that those recipes that don't matter to me, I have memorized. But my roll one, I always like forget the exacts. But my mom was really weird that when you do the rolls, you can't double the recipe when you make it. You can make 2 batches, but you can't double the recipe because she said it's all about chemistry.
Yeah.
And maybe she's right, maybe she's wrong, but so I'll make 2 batches, but I never double it.
Yeah, it gets too heavy to set up right.
Yeah. So this won't be the consistency. Like if you ever made homemade bread, it's not really like dense like regular bread will be. So you have to be really careful because it's kind of sticky when you finish. And so you think, oh, it's too sticky, I gotta add flour. So you just let it rise. And then the next day, if it's still sticky, then you can add more flour as you roll them out. But you don't want to add too much flour because then the rolls taste like flour. Catch us up on the rest of the news. You're on the internet. What else is going on?
Well, I just wanted to real quick point out that Julian Delfigi said something in Rumble that I'm not going to say while you're on YouTube and Twitch, but it has to do with Jamie Foxx and certain medications.
Oh
I
yeah.
agree. They should leave the guy alone.
I think we can say those things on YouTube, but I'm not going to because YouTube has a tendency to go retroactive on
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
So I'm really careful. That's why I'm very careful with my work because like something can be good today, and then tomorrow, like, oh well, that offended someone 3 years ago, so now we're gonna change the rules. And I think Megan Fox got dinged for something that she said about that situation clear back 2 years ago, recently. And I think it's dumb. I don't think you should be able to go retroactive. All right. So next, I gotta get a 1/2 cup of melted butter, but I don't want my butter hot. I'll read the recipe to you real quick. So it's a tablespoon of yeast, tablespoon of sugar, tablespoon of water, and that's what we got rising over there. Then we have a 1/2 cup of melted butter, 1 cup of scalded milk, 1/2 cup of sugar, 3 eggs well beaten, 3/4 teaspoon salt, 3.5 cups, 3.5 to 4 cups of sifted flour if you can, and then I'll show you how to add all the rest of it. So it's a really easy recipe. So it really doesn't take that long to make, especially during the day. Rolling them out is kind of a pain, but so once again, we'll use a stove. Yeah, Jamie Foxx's face is pretty messed up. I don't know how it's looking these days. That's really sad, though. Can I put the blender away? Oh, it's over here.
Let's see. MN Mark he'd asked this earlier in the chat, but he says, I once again ask if you have 3 options: 1 Google, 2 Amazon, or 3 not Google or Amazon. Why would anyone not choose 3?
Because people are set in their ways.
Well, and let me just say that last night at the time this stream went live, but last night, like the night 24 hours before this stream went live, I got on Amazon and placed an order for memory for my computer. It was at my house before I woke up the next day.
What?
And it was installed in my computer before I went live today. So, I mean, it's convenience. It literally is convenience. That's why anyone would not choose avoiding Amazon and Google. I mean, it's like it's the devil, to some degree. And
It's comfort.
I hate the argument, but I'm just as guilty of it as many other people. At least I'm aware. Like, I do things like cover my webcam, turn my location data app off on my phone, stuff like that. It just, you do what you can to avoid the being tracked, tracked and database. Excuse me, sorry, I'm stuttering all of a sudden.
You're fine.
But at the same
They
time,
got they know your stuff anyway.
these things are so appealing to the masses because literally you turn it on, you leave it on, and it's so convenient that all I got to do is push a button and have something delivered to me in an hour or two.
All right, I'm gonna mute the mic while this is blending. So I put 3 eggs in here, and I'm gonna beat them well. Make sure there's not vanilla in here. I don't think there is. Just double check. No, there's not. But okay, I'm gonna mute. So you keep telling stories here for a sec.
Let's see. Julian also says they already have everyone's info. Your utility companies, they know when you poop. And then Emin Mark says, well, you're lucky. Prime takes me almost a week for delivery, but the positive is I live far away from crazy. Yeah, well, I live close enough to crazy that convenience happens. And then James Hunsinger over on YouTube says, oh no, ABBA and Preach found Cody's I'm 31 and have no friends video. Ooh, yikes. And then Demon's Wrath says, if you own a phone, the Gooberment knows your location 24/7, even if the location is off. I mean, yes, you have the ping towers that and you're going to get me going down the conspiracy path, folks. Yes, they have the tower pings that they have a memorandum of understanding with a lot of law enforcement agencies that the communications companies have agreed to turn over that stuff upon request. And if you don't know what a memorandum of understanding is, it's essentially a contract between private companies and your police department to share intelligence. And one of the things I like ranting about on my channel are law enforcement fusion centers. If you've never heard that term and you're interested in this space of stuff that government is tracking and tracing and watching you, then you need to know what a fusion center is, because fusion centers, in my opinion, are one of the greatest threats to your freedom of movement. When I lived in Missouri, we had an unfortunate situation that made national news, where the Missouri Highway Patrol had put out several internal reports to other police departments in Missouri, labeling various types of activism as potential terrorism. And you may have heard of the most famous one, which was the Mayak Militia Report, which said essentially look out for libertarians and people who don't like abortion and people with Ron Paul bumper stickers. That was the most famous one, but there was an organization in Missouri that was leaked about 6 more that were stashed in a Freedom of Information request, where they were leaked 6 more, and one had to do with people who worshipped Norse gods being white supremacists. Another one had to do with Muslims recruiting people in prisons. Another one had to do with left-wing environmentalist extremism. I mean, literally every type of politically active demographic you could think of. The Missouri Highway Patrol had a report on, well, why these are dangerous and they might kill cops. And these were all put out by what's called a fusion center. And a fusion center is essentially an intelligence network where they operate, they get their funding from different levels of government. Some of them are federal, some of them are state, some of them are local. However, the people inside the building at the computers could be FBI, could be Homeland Security, FEMA, could be your local law enforcement. It doesn't matter who's funding it. The point is, they have intelligence officers of all levels of government in there working on their own databases, communicating with each other, because that was the whole point of a fusion center, is to fuse local and national intelligence on you. So when you get pulled over by a cop and a cop takes your driver's license with that barcode on the back into his car and scans it on his computer, that information is being pinged over at the fusion center. And so yeah, if you're wanted for some federal crime in New York, well, bing. Anyway, so
So
that's my
a
little
fusion, so a
rant.
fusion center. Go ahead. So explain it. More detail. So did you explain all the way what a fusion center is, or did you just kind of touch on it?
It's essentially it's they are regional intelligence networks. So your local police department might have one, or maybe your state police department might have one. But inside the
Okay.
building at the computers, there might be an FBI agent. There might be an ATF agent. The point is they have to have someone with security access to those databases. So when your name comes through, like you're getting pulled over, you're at the side of the road, they're running your name, they want to determine if you're dangerous. All they do is type your name in, and it checks it with all these other databases to see
Okay.
if there are threat reports from these other law enforcement agencies nationwide, and it'll kick it back. It's crazy.
That's
But they
insane.
all but you see, it's public private cooperative stuff too. So if they have determined you're a quote unquote threat, then they take your name, and then they have these memorandums of understanding with these private information gathering companies like your phone company, to where,
Wow.
they don't need a warrant. They've already made the agreement that they'll just hand your data over.
That's insane.
Julian is asking, does anyone know what a dual elliptic curve means? Hmm.
This is the second
Me
time in a
too.
week you've asked that question.
We're getting deep with this stuff. Let me
I looked
Google
at it
that,
when
Julian.
he asked me that, or in Twitter, I think, and I couldn't figure out. I saw the diagram, but I couldn't understand it. So if you can, please do tell me.
Is this supposed to be a joke about nipples or something? Oh, the NSA forced manufacturers to backdoor random number generators to break RSA encryption. Of course. All cell phone, or yeah, the cell phones use the RSA encryption. Yeah, Julian, is this supposed to be a nipple joke? I don't. With dual elliptic curve, they all look like nipples on Google Images. And then Mark says, "Chase the white rabbit," and then Julian Delfigi, your Tau team? No, no, no. Oh, it's the NSA name. Okay. No, I'm not familiar with.
Julian, you confused. That's their name?
Okay. Yeah, this is the. Yeah, okay. So he's saying it's the back door for their algorithm to break the RSA encryption. Okay.
Oh, really? Interesting. Tell him to get on breaking that. Oops. So I'm going to sift 4 cups of flour. So on this other stove, I've got milk scalding. So I've got I use whole milk. You could use a different kind, but it's Thanksgiving. I'm using fattening stuff. So I've got 3 eggs in here. I've melted butter, and now I'm scalding milk. And then I'm going to sift flour while those are on the stove. And our yeast is rising really good. So continue on.
No, I'm trying to read this here about this encryption. Okay, yeah. It's a little too techy for me, but yeah, I get what you're saying, Julian, and it doesn't. Demon's Wrath
I couldn't understand it
over on
either.
Twitch. Demon's Wrath over on Twitch says scold milk by yelling obscenities at it.
After you milk.
Darth Hideous
Oh,
over on YouTube says, I'm 73% asleep, and why are we cooking at ungodly hours? It is Thanksgiving, sir.
yeah. How do you think this is gonna get done tomorrow? How do you think moms get this shit done before Thanksgiving?
Yes,
By cooking
the
at midnight.
mothers and grandmothers of America are all wearing aprons right now, sir.
And I used to not wear an apron, but I'm learning that my clothes stay a lot nicer if I do.
Oh yeah, I'm terrible at getting flour on the bottoms of my hands and then going straight to the pants.
That's exactly what I do. And I'm like, I'm gonna be an adult for once in my life. So I'm measuring out 4 cups of flour, and then I'm gonna sift it, and then I'm not gonna use it all, but I'm gonna have it just in case. Because depending on if your eggs are bigger, sometimes that can affect how much flour you need. And they're Costco eggs, and typically they're bigger. And it's a fresh bag of flour.
She's got big eggs, folks.
Got me some big ones.
Speaking of, Mark over on Rumble says this was supposed to be a bikini stream.
Not on Rumble, and not on YouTube. I guess you could on YouTube.
Nope.
They don't. Do they let you on YouTube? You see girls fishing all the time.
Yeah, probably. But you know what? That's that. But you know, let's do the Nick Ricada model and save that for paying subscribers on locals for when you finally get a subscription model going.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Or
you
maybe
don't give that stuff out
join
for
my
free.
Twitch.
Nobody gives that stuff out for free. What is that flour thing for? It sifts it. You don't know what sifting flour is, Julian?
Sifter. This is an old thing. So it's a flour sifter. It makes that. So if you put it in here, so that was kind of chunky, and it just goes through those holes, and you kind of makes the flour nice and smooth. Makes your food fluffy.
It takes the clumps out and aerates it a little bit.
Yeah, see how that looks like sugar? See how fluffy that is? Here, I'll show you. See how fluffy? Can you see the difference? It's like really fluffy.
Yeah.
Looks more like that one drug that's white. I inherited that sifter. It's hard to find them anymore. People don't use them.
Oh yeah, that's a beautiful one. Yeah, I had one. I don't know what happened to mine. I haven't needed it though, but I had to hunt for one a few years back. I went thrift storing looking for one. I don't think I have it anymore.
Oh, I would be so sad if I got mine went. I hide it. No one's allowed to use it. I'm only picky about certain things. And it's because the adult boys don't know how to use it. Okay, so this calls for a 3/4 tablespoon of salt. And I add that into the flour. So as we stir it into this, it will be nice and even.
Yeah, no, Julian, I don't know what would happen if you put cocaine through a sifter.
Yeah, maybe you can let me know. Try it and let me know. Julian, you're killing me. All right, so this milk's almost done scalding. The bad thing is once it's done scalding, then we have to let it cool off because it can't, if it's past room temperature, then it'll kill the yeast when we add it to the mixture. So I'll put it outside. We'll chat for a minute because there's not really anything I can multitask on for this recipe because we're just about ready to add the final ingredients. So if you guys can tell, the biggest key to this is multitasking and multitasking different stuff. So I know when to start things. So I always start the yeast to make sure it's growing before I do the rest of it. Because if I don't have good yeast, then you might as well not make them. Uh, so did the butter, scalding the milk. Then did the eggs, sifting the flour, and then it all comes together at the same time. So you're not wasting a bunch of time. But these are done. So I'm going to stick this outside, nice and scalded. Oops. There, you can see it's just milk. I'm going to stick it outside for a minute because it's cold.
And Demon's Wrath on Twitch. No, that is medical disinformation, sir. The best way to kill yeast is with alcohol poisoning. No, sir.
Oh my gosh.
No,
Demon.
alcohol. Depending on the alcohol, that could spike your yeast. I know. I used to live with a diabetic. Julian says, I can barely boil pasta and heat sauce from a can at the same time. Multitasking in the kitchen ain't happening.
It takes practice. Us women are taught to practice doing this stuff. This is like the earliest I've gotten. This is sad. This is the earliest I've gotten most of my Thanksgiving prep done. Usually I'm baking rolls at midnight or starting the rolls at midnight. Well, I did, but I didn't have all the other stuff done. After this, when we're done with the eggs, done with the rolls, well, we still have the banana pie. That's not going to take long either. And then we'll be done. So we got one more thing, and then I will peel potatoes tonight and put them in a pan. But when that happens, I will go straight over to Twitch exclusively, and we'll probably watch a movie because everybody knows how to peel potatoes. So we can watch a movie while I peel potatoes. Because this is fun and entertaining, but nobody wants to just chit chat while we're peeling potatoes. But I must have a beverage. If you guys want a movie, if not, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Demon's Wrath says, certainly is the best method, I'll have you know. And then says, nowadays women are taught to do other things. Cooking ain't one of them. And then Sanglant says, yeast kills itself with alcohol anyway. To some degree.
Wow. Well, you know what? I can find out because I did 2 batches of yeast because I wanted to see if the expiration date was a factor, and it's not. The one that was supposed to expire in 21 actually is growing better than the one in 23. So I'll pour some beer in it. We'll see if it kills it. We'll find out.
Well, doesn't beer have
real life
in it?
It does, but I don't know. Those things, I've never had that issue down yonder, so I wouldn't know how women would go about taking care of that. Except for go to your doctor and get a pill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a little TMI.
Or limit your sugars.
Sugars is a big thing. And that's probably why I don't get them, because I don't eat a ton of sugar.
Yeah. Finally, the Coors
Gross. We don't want to talk
cracked.
about stuff like that.
Yeah. Mark, finally the Coors latte is cracked. And then Julian sipping that Coors.
Coors Light.
Yeah, okay, Demon's Wrath. Yeah, I've never brewed beer. So yeah, he says, yes, that's the point I was making. Yeast being killed by alcohol is what happens when you brew alcohol. That's what I was alluding to. All right.
Okay. Yeah.
I thought about buying one of those kits. Yeah.
I have one in the basement I got for Christmas one year. I haven't dug it out. I'm always afraid that I'll make it wrong and then I'll get like poisoning or something.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I worry about. I guess you could try sipping on like half of one and see how it goes. And if you don't die the next day, then drink the rest of it. I don't know. Okay, that milk is still just a little bit warm. I just tested it. It's about Probably another couple minutes. What was good? Um, your show, his show, your show, Miles, your show. Is he talking about your show was good? Because I thought
No,
it was really good too.
he's talking about Abba and Preach was I guess roasting Camelot for his I'm Lonely stream.
Oh shit.
But yeah.
Yeah, I know some people that homebrew, and like I could probably get into it, but I don't like now. Where with my life, it's like keeping my head above water with trying to grow on 3 platforms.
Yep.
4 platforms is hard. It takes
Yep.
and having a normal job and being a female. Sorry, um, I'm sure that single males have this issue if they have a household to take care of, right? But nobody else is depending upon you. You can just eat. Like for me, I could just eat whenever, but I've got laundry to do, cleaning to do, and I work. And it's like the things that
Cooking
like normally
dinner.
do, I
Yep.
don't do.
Yep.
It takes a lot of work. Everyone's like, "Oh, you're a female. You'll just grow overnight," and I'm like, "Yeah, whatever." Right? It just takes a lot of work
I mean, you
and
got
consistency.
to. There's an aspect to this online thing that is heavily marketing, right? And
Yep.
like right now on YouTube, the big thing is the shorts, right? So if you could take your
Yep.
stream and cut all the 2 minute jokes out of it, but it takes like 6 hours to properly edit and add the subtitles. I mean, you pretty much got to
Yep.
hire someone to do that, and for someone like
Yep.
you or I, you can't afford to do that. You can't.
I
But at the
can
same
do it,
time,
but
you
it
can't.
takes time. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and like you said, if you're working, you're cooking dinner, you're doing your chores around the house, you don't have that many hours in a week to trim down. I was trying to do it for a while. I was taking every Monday, spending longer than I would spend on a stream to just sit there and try to just cut a few jokes out just to have something on YouTube Shorts.
Yep.
And then you factor in, well, then you got to post stuff to X and you guys, share on other
Yep.
social media. Just trying to draw enough eyeballs and do enough marketing for your channel. It doesn't matter if you're female, male, whatever.
Yep.
You still have to reach people who aren't already watching you, and that is the big thing. And I've never been good at marketing. But yeah, the time thing, I haven't picked up my guitar in over 6 months. So
Yeah. Yeah. There's
it's
like a
definitely.
lot of things I haven't done. Yep. Anyway, I don't know how I got on there, but it's like people think it's hard. Like it's, and I don't say hard, like it's not like worth it, but it takes time. How did we even get there? Someone was asking me something all about cooking and this and that, and like
Oh
if
yeah,
I didn't
multitasking.
have to
Yeah.
do these things, if I didn't have to do these things, I could spend a lot of time just focusing on it. And you can't because you can't rely on it, which I'm fortunate that I don't rely on my income, right? For just for survival. So I do have some flexibility there where some people don't have that luxury. So you're working the grind 24/7 with your regular job and everything else. Anyway, checking the
Okay,
milk.
so while you're checking the milk, I'll read some of the chats we got in here. Mark says we got a home brewer in here. It's fun, but you spend more time cleaning and sanitizing than anything else. Yes. And then Kyle said my cousin home brews, and Mark says I have a chest freezer with 4 corny kegs converted to a kegerator with taps. Homebrew is fun, doesn't save money. It's just a hobby. Uh, and then Julian Delfici over on Rumble said you'll grow overnight if you're a sloot.
But this is true. I'm saying if doing those things without being without being that person. You can say ho. You can say ho on YouTube. Yes, it's hard to grow when you don't want to be a hoe.
And then over on YouTube, Julian Delfici said they found Camelot's crying video, and then James Hunsinger said it didn't end up being a roast. He said, yeah, I hadn't seen that video before. I'd only seen the thumbnail and heard Nick's roasting. And then Delfici said, it's good to hear. I took it as a moment of vulnerability to show his fans that maybe they aren't so alone. In no way asking for pity or sympathy, just the opposite. And then Hunsinger agreed.
That
And then
actually made
over,
him grow.
yeah,
That video.
yeah. And then over on Twitch, Delphiki says, with shorts, you can't waste a moment. And then
Nope.
Demon's Wrath says, Sally, is your KitchenAid a 5.5 quart?
I was trying to look and see. I don't know. It was just cheap. It's a smaller one. So I don't 5.5 quarts is going to be a gallon. Yeah, it's probably a gallon. It's probably that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so now I just combined the yeast in with the eggs. No, let's put the camera down. Hello. Hello, Sally. Let's think here. Okay, so I got this. And then I put the milk in with the butter because I had longer time to cool just to make sure. Because you don't want the milk, you don't want it too cold and you don't want it scalding hot. You want it room temperature because if you kill the yeast, the rolls will suck. Okay, so I'm gonna dump this in there. And then we're gonna blend those together. So I'll mute my mic.
James Hunziker says, I messed up my attachment putting it in the dishwasher. Ooh. Yeah, you see, that's one thing. That was a point of contention in my household of, we had to have like 3 whole conversations about what should be allowed in the dishwasher and what's not allowed in the dishwasher. And those are always fun conversations to have with roommates and loved ones. Julia Delphiki, if it's not dishwasher safe, I can't have it. Yeah. Fun times. So yeah, I'm just trying to see if there's any other stuff on the Twitter feed
Okay,
that we
this
can
is the
chit
messy
chat
part. So I've
Oh, here we
got
go.
the here, okay. So I'm gonna take this off and I'm gonna add a different attachment. There's a specific bread attachment, but with this type of dough, this attachment works fine for it. It's gonna be really loud when I add this, but I'm gonna add 1 cup at a time, very slowly. So I'm gonna put it on slow. And I'm gonna probably shield it because the flour's gonna go and get all over everything. So you're not gonna see me do that. So it's gonna be on mute because it's gonna be loud, but that's what I'm gonna be doing. And it's just gonna be on a very slow speed. So this is our last step. We add 1 cup at a time and kind of check to see the texture of it. We'll see if we can do this without a big huge mess.
I really like using that attachment for mashed potatoes myself. That's a really handy attachment for when you're not trying to completely obliterate the texture of whatever you're blending. And yeah, Mark over on Rumble's asking, asked about Julian being in all 3 chats and was asking if mods were like the chat police. And then Kyle said they're the spam and bot patrol. So yeah, you can thank Julian Delphiki for the lack of AI porn in the chat. Cheers to Julian. Oh, that was like 2 shots worth of whiskey. Whew. Oh, that burnt going down. That was I took a nice big swig of the Larceny small batch. Poured it into this little plastic cup. But now I'm going back to the water. No more drinking for me tonight. Gotta save the calories for tomorrow, folks. And here we got more flour going in. Well, Mark's asking why don't links work in the Rumble chat? Wait, why can't I click it? I can click it just fine. But But yeah, I mean, you can't post them because then all the porn bots would be in here posting them. Oh, well, thank you again, Julian.
Okay. So this dough looks like it's stickier. So it has like a little sticky of a consistency. Oh, you can't. I keep raising the camera. Okay. So it's a little bit sticky. That's normal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
As it sits and rises overnight, it'll get more not sticky. Like it'll be more spongy
Yeah.
in the morning. But you'll be tempted to put, oh my gosh, I forgot an ingredient. I can tell by tasting it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I don't know if I can add it now. Oh,
What is it?
sugar. I
I
just tasted
bet
it
you.
because they're sweet roll. I'm gonna try it. I don't know how it's gonna
I
turn
bet
out,
you
but
could. Yeah, I bet you could if you go real slow on the thing.
I'm gonna go really
You might
slow.
have to.
I just mess. Ah! I knew I was. I tasted it. I'm like, nope, that doesn't taste right.
So it looks like Freedom is back over on Twitch. She says
I'm
making
gonna
a
find out if this works.
ketovore carnivore dessert and carnivore gravy for the roast tonight. All right. There we go. And then Daniel Berserk says, sticky dough drools, and then throw it in. And then Julian Delfiki says, Freedom, that's just real gravy. And then Freedom responded with, no, you use gelatin instead of flour or cornstarch as a thickener. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I could see that. It's almost crazy people's diets, how this country are now divided between like the Atkins no bread people and the no gluten people uh then we have the vegans that are like, okay, we need all those things because we can't eat meat and dairy. And then you have the keto carnivore people that's like, no, we really only eat meat and dairy. We don't want that stuff. uh I've always found, people's unique dietary needs around the country kind of funny. And then James Hunzinger says no soda. Yeah, well, yeah, that's huge. Like soda pop, for most of my life, I was addicted to Mountain Dew. In fact, it wasn't until I came back from Nick Rekida's Nashville event in September did I really sit down and think about my consumption of soda pop. And I have to credit that. Like the weight loss I just experienced, like cutting the soda pop was the biggest thing because that was the hardest thing. The first 3 weeks of my diet, I tried to find ways to sneak just 8 ounces of soda pop, just 8 ounces. And you know what was happening? The days when I would drink no soda pop, I'd lose like 2 pounds. The days which I was drinking 8 ounces of Mountain Dew just to wake up in the morning, just for the caffeine buzz, I was gaining 2 pounds those days. And I'm talking about I was limiting myself to like way under 2,000 calories and I was still gaining weight. Drinking that corn syrup, the carbonated of the soda expands your stomach. It's so bad and it's so tasty, it's so good. I don't know what to say, but yes, the soda pop is a huge part of the diet situation. I've I've literally drank nothing but water and whiskey for the past 2 months. Let's see here. Freedom says I eat mainly beef. Then Julian says for me it was Dr Pepper, all that sugar and shit. Yeah.
Cutting out soda is the best thing you can do. If you want to lose weight and you want to be healthy, no energy drinks and no soda.
Well,
There's nothing
and
natural about them.
I started off just counting the calories, thinking, okay, well, if I don't consume as many of the calories, then it's fine. But no, it wasn't. It was like I said earlier, this corn syrup stuff, the high fructose corn syrup, and some of these other
Yep.
poisons they put in our food. They are metabolism killers. They will just ruin your body's ability to burn the other calories.
Do you know what? So this is the best analogy that I've come up with. Hold on one second. Let me spray this out of the bowl. The best analogy I could come up with is your body is an engine and it needs fuel, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so your body, your engine, so anything that you put into your body that is not naturally in there, like high fructose corn syrup, your body can't break it down. There's chemicals inside of soda. Your body can't break it down because they don't have a function. They don't. There's nothing that fuels the system for it to work. So I analogize it to a car. Is if you put gasoline in your car and you get crappy gas because whatever additives they put in there or whatnot, eventually your carburetors are going to get clogged up because they don't have a purpose and it doesn't burn clean. So I just assume that the calories that you consume are built up either like carburetor or oil in your motor. Like if you think of it
Mm-hmm.
that way, I think it's
Mm-hmm.
easy. If you're a guy, it's easier to understand that. But
Oh yeah,
because
yeah.
it has a purpose.
You're definitely leaving all that extra gunk in you.
Okay, so now we have this. We're going to cut it in half and put it into two bowls because that's what we'll do for it to raise. Do I do that tonight or do that tomorrow? Let me double check because that might be tomorrow when I roll it out. I might be able to just leave it in that. Nope, this gets to be cut in half in the morning. But I'm still gonna put it in a glass bowl because I put a little bit of just a titch of Pam, which I don't usually use Pam, but for this I just need a little bit of something that's not sticky.
Mm-hmm. So over on Rumble, Julian says gluten free just seems like a fraud to me. Mark says I eat the cow, so they don't eat the vegans' food, just like you said earlier, Sally.
Yeah, I think the gluten thing though, to be fair, because I've done a lot of research on it, it's that what's happened is all the GMO seeds and all of the DNA modified seeds, they've actually done what they've done is they've caused these seeds to produce more gluten. So
Mm-hmm.
like where gluten was just like normal, now it's like so thick that it's like toothpaste. And plus they have that chemical and they're like they put what is that chemical from the company that got sued, Monsanto? They actually put chemicals and alter things so that grass or different weeds don't grow, but yet the corn will grow. And I do that also with wheat. So there's different things they've done to alter the seeds. So that chemical, that genetic alteration causes a different type of gluten where it produces more gluten to where it's more, instead of being like, I guess you take this dough, right? So the gluten is more like this, whereas before it'd be more like um, a creamy pudding. So it's
Mm-hmm.
thicker and your body can't break it down. And that genetic makeup and the chemicals they put in there so that um, grass or different weeds don't grow is what's causing the body to react to it. I don't know if that made sense.
So, so Kyle said his sister's allergic to gluten. Gluten is a protein. She has an allergy to it. I also have a good friend who's allergic to it. Basically, gives them a really bad flu when they have it. And then Mark says, "Wait a second, Sally. Your car has a carburetor. How old is it? Do you mean fuel injectors?" Making
How
fun of
far is
our
that carburetor?
age. These people are making fun of our age.
Yeah, they have those things, and I won't have a car without one. Hello, that way you can fix it yourself.
And then Sanglin 86 says soft drinks are fine. They're never supposed to be supposed to drink soft drinks though. One a day or week, you're good, and that ain't a 2 or 3 liter. Look, Sanglin, like I
Lies.
said, I did it myself. I did 8 ounces. 8 ounces is a third of this cup. So we're talking here. That's how much soda I was drinking. And it shifted my ability to lose weight from I was gaining weight on a sub 2,000 calorie diet, working a very physical job and going to the gym. I was still gaining weight, and that was the only difference in my diet was I cut out the 8 ounces of soda pop that I was drinking a day.
I'll tell you what, when I quit soda, I could maintain my weight within 5 to 8 pounds just by the soda thing. And then I cut out dairy and bread. I mean, I'll have it once in a while, but not hardly ever. But just those things right there, I can maintain within 5 pounds without the extra trying hard.
And there's been a little bit of chat going on over on YouTube. I do want to say, welcome back, Danielle Van Fleet. And then, after chit-chatting with Julian for a while, she says, anything that can severely spike your insulin like that is bad. Seed oils are really bad, too. Yep. And then back over on Rumble, Mark says, tell Sally her car does not have a carburetor. This I'm positive of. I know how old her car is. Well, yeah. Anything newer than my car, because I drive something from the mid 90s.
What year?
Anything newer than
What year?
I drive a 97, basically a Crown Victoria. Well, I drive a Mercury Grand Marquis, 97 Mercury Grand Marquis, and yeah, it's got fuel injectors, but yeah, they've been around. Let's see. Let me look this up. Wait, how long have when did injection become standard?
Well, then why do we use carburetor cleaner in a 2012 car?
Well, because when you use carburetor cleaner, the idea is, yeah, you're decarbonizing the fuel system. So whatever fuel system you have, it's still going to collect that resin that's in your fuels.
Look and see if a 2012 Chevy Camaro has one.
Oh, it definitely doesn't. Yeah, most car companies replaced them in the early 90s. And that's all this says is
Huh.
early 90s, but
Well, dang. Well, then fine. Think of it as your oil then. It needs to be changed. And don't give it crappy oil or it gunks up.
Sanglin over on Rumble, I do agree with that statement. You got to get the real sugar sodas. The Sam's needs to get Mexican Coke back. Yes. Yes,
You
the
don't
real
need it.
sugar. Yes, but it's definitely the high fructose corn syrup is probably one of the main reasons that the soda pop is so bad. But don't underestimate what drinking carbonation can do to you. The expanding, the bubbly can really expand your stomach and make you feel full for a day, but then the next time you eat, you're going to want to eat more. And then
There's
Danielle,
nothing natural in soda except for the carbonation. Everything else is chemicals. Everything else is chemicals. The sweeteners, everything, even if it doesn't have, it either has
but
aspartame.
he's talking about the foreign stuff that's got the cane sugar in it.
Oh, you're talking about not this country. Okay, yes. Sorry.
Yeah.
My bad. Because that stuff's banned in other countries. That's why.
Yeah. Yeah. James Huntinger says, I've shifted to pretty much water and feel much better. And Danielle Van Fleet over on YouTube also says, I just do water and carbonated water. Haven't gotten up to the point yet where I can give that up. I've given up so many other things. I'm good with the carbonated water. Wow. Yeah.
I agree with that. She's strict carnivore. Hold on.
And Kyle over on Rumble says a 2012 is fuel injected. It should have an LS3 in it, I think. Then Mark says it doesn't, Sally, which means doesn't have a carburetor. Sanglant86 says, you can still buy carbed motors, just not in a car. Well, yeah, your lawn mowers and your small engines are still going to be mostly carbureted. Julian Delfici, water is the king of all fluids. Well, -1, hee hee. Not sure what you're insinuating there. Wow. Your streams are wild sometimes, Sally. Oh, okay. Okay. Danielle Van Fleet's telling me who she is. She's Freedom. Okay, so yeah, you switched from Twitch over to YouTube. Okay, I get you.
Yeah, that's why she confused you because she was talking about the same thing. So what did they say about the Camaro having a what?
It's fuel
That doesn't have
injected.
one.
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't have a
What is
carburetor.
it?
It's fuel injected.
Okay, I meant to say fuel injectors.
Mm-hmm.
Did I not say fuel injectors, or did I say fuel injector and carburetor?
I don't know.
Oh, I thought I was talking about fuel injectors before,
Yeah.
but I could have said carburetor.
James Hunziker, Sally inadvertently contributing to Ass Wednesday. What?
Because I keep bending over to clean.
Okay, now Freedom's over on Rumble saying, I'm good. Julian in all 3 chats too now.
She's competing. Okay, where is this banana cream recipe? Okay, I had it bookmarked. This is the last recipe, guys, and this one's not hard either. And it doesn't take long. Look at how many things we cooked. And yes, this did take longer than normal, but this is a lot of fun. I need to chat more when I cook. Okay, recipe.
Oh, yeah. I need to start live streaming my cooking. No, I won't. I'm too messy of a cook. I'd be too ashamed.
I am messy too. I'm messy to cook too, but I'm. It's a kind of nice streaming on here because now I consciously take the vacuum out. Well, yeah, I make a mess, but no, I think I do take the vacuum out and stuff when I'm cooking this much with flour and stuff. Because if not, you get water on the cupboard and then it's a gooey mess. Coconut frosting. I don't want that. I thought I lost the roll recipe today. I almost was in tears. I'm gonna wash my hands, guys, before I bake because I had to look at my finger. Oh my gosh, where is it? Now it's in here. This recipe always makes me nervous for some reason. I know it's easy to make, but it's a different way of making it because you got to use a stove. Come on, where are you? We have vegetables, main dishes, breads and rolls, desserts. Is that your radio or is that me? I'm hearing like interference. I'm hearing sound on my end. Is that weird?
Oh, sorry. That you may have been hearing like out of my headphones. I was listening to something loud there for a second.
Oh, okay.
I didn't think you could hear it because I got
there we go.
The padding
barely.
on my headphones.
No, it was just barely because I can hear myself a little bit, so I thought I was going crazy. So as long as I'm not hearing voices in my head. All right. So in a double boiler, do you guys know what a double boiler is? Do you guys know what a double boiler is? Anybody? Anybody in chat? Double boiler is a pan that you use in addition to another pan.
Yeah, zeros in the chat if you don't know what a double boiler is.
Trying to find the right height of one.
Good night, James Hunsinger. Happy Thanksgiving, sir.
Good night. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming, hanging out. Trying to find the right pan because this is not technically a double boiler, okay? Because they have them where you take a pan and you set it inside of another pan and it automatically stops like that. But I don't have them, but this is still a metal thing, container that I can put inside of the pan. But what a double boiler is going to do is it makes it so you get heat on it, but it won't allow something to burn. So you can boil water and cook something in it, but it's not going to burn as if it's touching the bottom of the heat. And you could probably do this recipe without it, but I've never tried to do it without it because I don't want to screw it up. So in a double boiler, we're going to scald milk and butter. And then in a bowl, in a separate bowl, we're going to mix. So we'll get that started and then we'll do the next part. See this? We've got 2 cups of milk. Did Mark go to bed? Oh no, Mark was just chatting. Never mind.
He's over there having a nice little chat with Freedom because he asked Freedom why she wasn't on Rumble to start with, and
she's helping me get monetized on YouTube.
Yeah,
no, go ahead.
And
what did she say?
And she says, I don't mod here. And I was talking with a friend for a few hours, and I like Twitch better. The real question, Freedom, is why isn't your friend on Rumble?
Exactly. But she's also my mod on YouTube, so that's probably good that she's in there.
Julian Delfigi says, Sally, tell everyone to hit the like button and to follow you and me. He said mild, but you and me. So yeah, hit those like and follow buttons and find the links Julian Delfigi has been sending to my channel if you're interested in, me ranting about government overreach and media narratives.
Let me stop. No, you're interested. Go follow him. He's got an interesting show. Like I listened to it tonight. It was really good. He felt like he rambled, but it was really good. That's endorsed by me. Okay, so we've got that in a boiler. It's going to take longer to get to a boil because of the fact that it is in a double boiler. So in another container, another bowl, we're going to mix 3/4 cups of sugar, which I won't forget, 2 tablespoons of flour, 2 tablespoons cornstarch heaping, dash of salt. Instead of cornstarch, I use something different, okay? Because I don't like cornstarch. And you can only get this from the UK. So it's called Bird's Custard Powder. I use it for my gravy as well to thicken up my gravy. And so you don't get that gelatinous heavy. It makes it more creamy. So that's what I use instead. So we'll use that in place of cornstarch. And a dash of salt. So a dash is just a dash. All right. I'll measure those out while you guys chit chat. How big of a bowl do I need?
Yeah, Freedom's asking what that custard stuff is made out of. I'm assuming it's like
I'll read you. I'll send you a picture of the back later.
That's egg or dairy. Julian says it's made out of cats. Here, I'll look it up.
It's got maize starch, salt, flavoring, color. So it's kind of like a cornstarch, but it's from the UK, so you know it's just a little different. So it's got corn in it, but it's not the same. I don't know if that makes sense. It's like really fine powder where cornstarch is I don't know, cornstarch
Okay,
is
well,
different. I don't
I
know.
found a website that has a recipe for making your own that has sugar,
Oh,
vanilla
really?
extract, powdered milk, corn flour, and food coloring. But I
Is that Bird's original custard powder?
no, that's not birds. That's how to make your own.
Custard powder? That's
Yeah.
cool.
Da, da, da. Yeah, it just says corn flour, salt, and flavorings. Yeah, corn flour. Yeah, that's different than cornstarch.
Yeah, it's like a corn flour, so it's not cornstarch. It's a corn flour, so it's like maize. It's like the stuff you would make homemade tortillas from versus cornstarch. I'm not a professional cook. I just know it's better, and I always use it. And my gravy turns out really good, and it doesn't have that gelatinous, like heavy feel to it. And it doesn't have the crap that comes from the United States. This is just what I do. These things I've been taught to do, and you can choose to do them, but everybody loves them.
All right.
2 tablespoons cornstarch. So we're mixing this in a bowl, by the way. Is it tablespoons or heaping spoons? Because there's a difference. So 2 heaping spoons. So you're just going to get a spoon. What?
Kyle over on Rumble says, if it's a bird and it's white, then what does a bird that produce that is white and gooey?
I don't know.
He means bird droppings, I'm assuming.
Oh, Dar. For some reason, I didn't think this recipe had flour, but it does. Just 2 tablespoons. But I'm sure you can substitute this with something that's gluten free.
Yeah. If it's for the thickening, you might be able to just add eggs, but I don't know.
We are going to add eggs as well. That we are adding eggs as well. Dash of salt. All right. I'm gonna move this camera over here because I want you to be able to see how we do this. Mix in 2 eggs until it is smooth. So we're gonna mix 2 eggs into this thing until it's smooth. So I guess I'll move this back out of the way so you can see. All right, down low we go. See with our eggs, our beverage. I think this is the least I've drank on a night. Okay, so we're gonna make it a hole in the middle here because it's easier. Let's see if you can see. I'm just gonna kind of put a center right there. I'm gonna crack the eggs in there.
Oh yeah, your eggs have the strong shells.
Oh yeah, they're Costco. Costco has good eggs. I prefer to get them from there.
Oh,
So I'm
yeah.
just going to stir this until it's nice and smooth. Put them in the middle because it kind of makes it to where as you're stirring it, then the outside kind of is there.
Yeah, it kind of folds into that yolk.
Yeah. And then I'll move the camera and then we'll do our last step. And this step doesn't take that long. And then we put it in the fridge, let it cool, and fill the pie tins, and we're done. Minus layering them with bananas in the bottom.
And I'm just going to say that the chat on Rumble has now divulged into Freedom's poor taste in vampire movies.
Oh, that's surprising. Because she has poor taste in vampire movies, that is. Just kidding. Don't get mad at me. All right. Let's move this over here. The best thing I ever did, though, was get a 20-foot adapter for my webcam so I can move my webcam for 20 feet away from the computer.
Oh, wow.
You should ever thought of that you would need that for something. I got it because of my garden streams,
Yeah.
but I never really took it outside for that. But next year I will.
Yeah, I have bad luck buying like USB extensions. They wind up being like just for power, and then they don't work with data or streaming.
This one
like
is,
3 of
I don't
them.
know, this one's an LG.
Ah, okay.
So I don't know. It was, but use it for, okay, I need to turn this light off, I think. I think that's a little better. What other light? This light's too bright. Hold on. Let's turn that down a sec. Yeah, that's way better. Okay, so the milk's already, and the butter's already boiling. What? The too dark?
Well, you did it, and it like moved 3 notches. The second notch, whatever you walked away to hit, like the second notch was the best.
Like it's the same one. I just
like flick it 1 down, whatever it was. Yeah.
Well, it's a dimmer, so I'm just scrolling up and down.
Oh yeah, right there. Oh, yeah, you can really tell the color and the creaminess of it.
Tell me when.
Okay.
Is that good? Or start
A
over.
little darker, just
Tell
a
me
little
when.
darker. I don't know.
Brighter?
Never mind. It doesn't make a difference now. It either went really dark or really light. Now it's not doing it.
It's probably because I turned this light on.
I'm sorry.
Let's try this. We'll just try to make it do. Guys, we'll just try
That
it.
actually looks pretty good right there because you could see the color in it now.
Okay, perfect. And then, so now we're going to add the eggs. We're going to pour it slowly into the milk, stirring constantly until thick. Then we're going to remove, and then we're going to add 1 teaspoon of vanilla. So I'm going to have my vanilla ready to go because I don't want to be stressing about it. Okay. So I'm going to stir this in here slowly.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Splatter everywhere. Rude.
That's why I end every one of my streams with "Don't get any on you." If you do, rub it in real good.
And if you do,
Yep.
and why you have to stir slowly is because you have the egg in there, right? So if you pour it all in there, it'll just clump.
Oh yeah.
This is the best, honestly, the best banana cream pie. And you can add food coloring to it. I don't add any dyes because I don't care if my food looks yellow. Right?
Yeah.
I don't need that fake crap. Oh, come on. I'm getting bored of pouring you out. You're laughing, and I can't hear what people
Julian
talking
says
about. Now we're be part
I'm
of
gonna
it.
clip that, and Julian says I'm gonna clip that and edit out the word banana.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so now I'm gonna stir it until it's nice and thick, right? So it's not thick yet. That spoon's not long enough for how hard it is. There we go. So when I do this, we'll take bananas and we'll put it at the bottom of the pie tins, and then we'll fill it with this stuff. And then we'll do another layer of banana tomorrow. So you do another layer of bananas on top, but you want them fresh because they look better that way. And then I got some whipped topping. And the little secret trick you can do is take toffee from the squirt candy bar. So the toffee chips, and you can sprinkle a little bit of those on top of it. It's really good that way too. If you like toffee chips. Almost there. So usually it's about 5 to 6 minutes of stirring constantly once it's boiling. If you did this without a double boiler, you would burn it, and it'd be weird tasting.
Yeah, I'd definitely scorch the bottom.
But all in all, this recipe didn't really take us that long, right? Except for I was explaining how to do everything. But what is it explaining how to do everything? It wouldn't take that long. A lot of people just go and spend, I think, one banana cream pie right now is like $7. And we're going to get 2 out of this with some sugar, flour, and a couple of eggs. And some cornstarch or custard powder. Just a little bit more thicker. So you still. And it could be too, the eggs. Recipes always vary a little bit on flour and whatever else or cook time, depending on how big your eggs are. So it's kind of hard to, I don't know if that makes sense to anybody. Because it adds more liquid if they're bigger. More moisture. Or everyone's favorite word, moist.
So Mark says it didn't take long. I feel like it's Christmas already.
Oh, good.
That's mean.
That's okay, Julian. You're not invited to my house for Christmas this year.
Oh no, that was Mark.
Oh, Mark. Okay, so I've got a teaspoon. Usually a cap of most vanillas is a teaspoon. And if they're not, that's what I measure it by anyway. So then we're just going to stir in that vanilla while it's nice and warm. See, I didn't add any food coloring to it, and it already has a nice color to it. So I don't know why people don't add food coloring.
So I don't know if I want to know. I don't know if I want to know what Sanglin86 is talking about. He said Nick's spraying like a sprinkler tonight.
Oh, does Nick stream tonight? I didn't know he was streaming. No wonder why I didn't have anybody. No, I had lots of fun people here.
Oh yeah.
I thought he wasn't streaming tonight.
Been a good night.
So
he said something on his stream last night about the rest of the week looks good, but yeah.
I came clear over there to show you. I came clear over by the TV to show you guys the pudding, but it's clear up the camera's over here. So that's what it's gonna look like. So I'm gonna put it in the fridge like this. Actually, put it on the back deck. And then I'll make 2 pies.
Julian says, yeah, see, she always comes for me. This is bullshit.
Hey, Julian. Because it's usually you. Just teasing. So, guys, that was all the hard stuff that we have to do. Like you can stay on, or we can fill the pie tins, but that's really making it right there. It's just that part. So now you put it in the fridge, and then you'll stir it periodically just to make sure it doesn't get all clumpy, right? So it keeps it nice and smooth. I'll take about, what time is it? It's 1:19. If people want a movie in both places, put a 1 in chat. If there's more than 4 people, I'll do a movie. If not, then we'll just say goodnight. But it's up to you guys. Guys, does anybody have any questions? I know it's a lot. The recipes are online. You can always come back and watch this video for reference. These are cinchy recipes to do. They're cinchy for me. They don't require a lot of. I don't think they require a lot of work, or they're not complicated. It's just following the recipe. So you have a good direction of how to do it. For me, I'm visual, so I learned by watching my mom do it growing up. Or back in my day, we actually had this class called Home Economics, where we learned how to cook, sew, and do a balance a checkbook. They don't do that anymore. So I did learn a lot of that in our state. So I don't know if everyone else did. Mark's a 2. I'm okay with that. So we'll end the stream then, guys, because I don't see any ones in here. Wait, 1? No, it's okay.
I have to ask one question. Do you have more than 1 oven?
No.
Okay.
I got my dishwasher over here.
So you're going to have to cycle all of these dishes in and out of the oven throughout the day tomorrow. Yeah?
No, because everything's cooked tonight, right?
Oh, okay.
The only thing that's the rolls so I can cook the rolls because they require the same temperature as the funeral potatoes. Normally I wouldn't cook those 2 together, but last year I did, and they turned out okay. So I cooked the rolls at the same time those are cooking. My turkey is going to be cooked outside on the smoker. My smoker, so cook it for an hour, and then my smoker turns into an oven. So you can have the flame opened up, or you can close it. So on my smoker, you can cook pizzas, you can do cake, you can do whatever you'd want to be cooked in a smoker. So for me, that's a godsend, because then I can get everything done at the same time, and I don't have to worry about the turkey being cold, the rolls being cold. So everything can get done at the exact same time, which is it's really nice. Because I can even use the oven bag. So I'll smoke at the turkey, which will also. I will stream it tomorrow, but I won't show the turkey part when I first put it on, because I'll just do the stuff with the rolls in the morning. People who want to join can join, and those who are still sleeping, that's fine too. I have to start my rolls first thing in the morning because I have to start them 3 hours before we're going to eat.
All right.
Because they raise for 3 hours. Or is it 4 hours? I'll have to reread it. Anyway, so yeah, my oven space, ever since I got that smoker, is amazing. Because then you can take an oven pan, a turkey pan, and you can still put the turkey in an oven bag, so you can seal all the juice in it. And it's just like an oven. It's rather nice. So yes, normally that's the issue. I wish I had 2 ovens though.
Oh, yeah.
But that's why I don't do a lot of dishes, and that's why I try to just even the kitchen stuff, just having all of this stuff done tonight. All I have tomorrow is stuffing, which is really easy, the turkey, and rolling out the rolls. Everything else so tomorrow's going to be just watching things instead of baking.
Instead of all the cutting, mixing, and
Yeah.
It's good to get stuff done ahead.
Yes, and especially you know what? Keep going.
Especially if someone in the audience doesn't have something like your smoker, and they're gonna have to cycle things in and out of the one oven. Yeah, you really got to have as much done ahead of time as possible.
Yes, and so my mother, what she would normally do, because a turkey usually needs to set for a minute, right? Because as it
Yeah.
sits, it soaks up the juices. So the rolls, they only bake for 9 to 10 minutes, right? So you can get a sheet of rolls in there, and then you can get at least two. You let the turkey set, you get at least 2 batches of rolls done, and then you cycle the rolls as people are eating, and then you have hot rolls. And so my mother would not do funeral potatoes. Nothing that required the oven would have been cooked. I guess they did like sweet potatoes and stuff like that, but that's where you have the big gathering and someone else would bring that to the main table to the party, right? I don't really care if I have sweet potatoes. They're good, but I don't like have to have them. Um, does anyone have any questions on anything in
Down in the
here?
chat on YouTube, Curry Miche is asking, "What is your stuffing recipe? Is it in the link?"
There, do you know
On the
what? I'll show you what my recipe is. This is the one thing, and it's not saying it's a good idea, but this is what I do every year because I like it. This is my stuffing recipe. It's stovetop. It's stovetop, except for I instead of just water, I do equal parts water and equal parts the turkey juice for my turkey.
yeah,
But I like the texture. I've had homemade stuffing my whole life. I don't like the texture of it. I don't like. There's just something about it I don't like. This I like. It's the only box thing that I do. So
all right.
my mother
Yeah,
would make it from scratch. Anyway,
pretty good.
I like it. It's good. Anyway,
Yeah,
guys.
I'm a fan of stovetop.
Yeah, I like it. I personally stay away from a lot of box stuff. Like my kids didn't grow up on things that came in a box. It was
Always a
my
good
kids
rule.
get mad. Mom, why don't we have anything to make? I'm like, because I never buy box stuff, right? All right, I never know how to end these things. So, guys, I'm going to say thank you to my guest, and I'm going to say thank you for you guys hanging out with me. If I'll talk with Julie, and if there's people who want to do a movie, I will do one. It's getting late. I'm sure people have plans tomorrow. Those who want to be entertained, we can hang out on Twitch. But I'm going to end this stream here, and then I will create a separate one later. So I got to get over here so I can end this stream. I'm going to end in 5, 4. You're going to see my head. 3, 2, 1. Bye bye, guys.